Good morning. Assalamu alaikum. Good morning from London. This is almost very early morning here, particularly it is Saturday. And I think it's good afternoon to those in the Middle East, in Africa, in that region. And it's quite late, I think, in countries like Indonesia, Pakistan. They're starting their evening time. And also our colleagues from the United States and others, they are still, I think it's very, very early morning there. I'm very pleased to see you all here, and we're going to start on time. Our international online conference normally are very challenging, particularly if they happen during the weekend. But we are very keen to conduct this conference on its day, which is the 8th of March. So there are a lot of challenges. Hopefully, we're going to overcome them. The other challenge also, I'm just giving you a brief before we start officially. We are connecting people from all over the world, from Indonesia, from South Africa, from Italy, from Emirates, from Saudi Arabia, Sudan, where else? Madagascar, a lot of countries across this globe. And it's really, we have to be very sensitive to the time issues. There will be small changes to our program. We're going to start from Pakistan, and then we'll go to Sudan, because Sudan is a war zone right now. And we want to give them a better chance if they can connect in this morning. If they fail to connect, we will go back to them. I am not very worried about the countries in the middle, Emirates, Saudi Arabia, Rome, Italy, UK. I think we will not have technical issues here, but I really want to give a better chance for those who might have some issues. So two logistical issues I want to make sure, I'm sure you're all familiar with them, because there's a lot of people joining us on this conference, and I think they will continue to join as time lapses. So number one, we will be recording this video, and this is important because according to the European law here, we have to let you know this video is being recorded. So if you don't want to appear on the video, you can use an image or you can close your camera. Although I and all my colleagues, we do appreciate very much if you keep your camera as much as possible open so people can see you, particularly our speakers who have made a lot of efforts to join you today. So it will be really good if you can be online all the time and be on the camera. At least we will appreciate those speakers. And I'm very pleased to start seeing Alina. I think you're joining us from Italy, Professor Hanan from Jordan, Dr. Bashair from, I think, UAE. Maha, very nice to see you from Pakistan. And I'm really delighted, Dr. Fathiya, to see you in Sudan now. Very good to see you. Ilham Abdul Karim from Iraq. I'm really, really pleased to start seeing faces. Khulud from Saudi Arabia. Alan Baxter, I think this is Benny from local here in the UK, which is good to see. So I think we should make our start. So number one, we're going to be recording these videos, our videos, according, hi, Benny, very nice to see you. And Alan, thank you very much. We really appreciate it. They made a lot of effort. I know that, Benny, you have made a lot of effort to even be with us and to also going to be using a lot of technical, because Benny is blind and she has made a huge effort to still make a proper presentation to you here today. So people have made a lot of fantastic effort, and we really want to celebrate these efforts. So we're going to be recording our library where we're going to leave these videos is being recognized by the United Nations and many universities as one of the top digital library for learning. So the entire recording is for learning purposes. We share it with all universities. There's no password. So this is where this recording will end up. And there are fantastic people helping us to cut the videos and edit them, and they can be used anywhere. The other thing, we're going to live stream this one on the Facebook and YouTube to give a better chance for those who can only rely on Facebook, particularly those in war zone like Ukraine, Palestine, Sudan. Those countries, they can only really see you on a Facebook. They don't have that luxury of having a screen. And I'm really delighted again, Dr. Fathiya, to see you from a war zone in Sudan, and we can see you very clearly there, and we're going to be very quick to get you the chance to speak. So there is a lot of efforts being made here. So recording will start immediately, and we already live streamed. And during the conference, I would ask you kindly, even if by mistake you have been unmuted, to mute yourself back, because really, with online conferences like this, any disturbance from any participant across the whole world, it will really make a lot of problems for the recording. The one last thing, we will do our best. Good morning, Janet. Nice to see you, Janet. So the other one thing, we will do our best to stick to the time, but I really hope you appreciate that. So we're going to start. So what I'm doing, I think we are already on the YouTube, and you can share all the YouTube, the Facebook across all your network. You also have the link to this Zoom. You can share it. There's no problem. We will get them in. One final thing, this is Saturday, and Saturday we are not at the university. We are not getting a technical support. So it's really challenging. So I hope you also appreciate that. So I will start the recording, and we will mute all of you, including the speakers, fantastic speakers waiting for us. When it comes to the speaker, please make sure you can show us earlier so that we know where is Alina, where is Maha, because there's a lot of, this page is going to be increasing. And we will unmute the speaker. And when we unmute you, please generally make sure you grab your space very quickly. And if you are using PowerPoint presentation, we have a backup here, but we're going to let you use your PowerPoint from your computers. Once you start showing your slide, please make sure you click on that screen, the big display. So we don't need to have to disturb you, make this and so on. Hopefully everything will go well. And one last thing before we start, if there is any question, anything, please let me know before we start. I know on the screen, I'm sure you know that technically you cannot see everyone on the same screen in front of you. But if there is anything, any question before we officially start within a minute or so. Any question?
Good morning, Alam. Good morning, Alam. How are you? This is Professor Fahal.
Good morning. I think this is Professor Fahal.
Yes.
Oh, well, this is wonderful to hear you, Professor. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam.
Well, shall I introduce just for these people who is Fahal? Fahal is a distinguished professor at the University of Khartoum, but more importantly, I think he is the Vice Secretary General of the Arab Research Council for all research centers in the Arab countries under the Arab League. So it's quite a big position there. It's really a privilege to have people like Professor Fahal joining us. So I think we need to start. I will start muting all of you now. And hopefully we will be on our way. So mute all, not allow. Okay. So we start the recording. Okay, so good morning, everyone joining us from everywhere. It's my great pleasure to welcome you to this International Women's Day. This is the 8th of March, 2025. The World Association for Sustainable Development, with all its associated networks, platforms, and projects, is very delighted. We are all very, very delighted to organize this conference every year. We follow strictly the theme of the United Nations because we're celebrating this day together with the United Nations. So we follow the theme of every year of the United Nations. We are in London, based in London. So for those in London, it's 10:30 or 10:39. So it's good morning to everyone in Europe and all that area. And we also saying good morning to those others in still some area which is still late morning, like in Saudi Arabia, and or maybe starting to be early afternoon in places like the Arab countries, Middle East, Africa. And then we go towards those in Asia, Pakistan, and going to Indonesia and China, which is getting late. We know that because we have a lot of projects with Chinese. So we are all welcome here. We are very pleased to see you here, and also very pleased to see a lot of women. Of course, it is the International Women's Day, but we always say celebrating women is not just about women celebrating women, but it's about, I can just see now some there from Fahal and others. There's a lot of people. And also when I look to the journal, which we start publishing now, I'm very pleased. There is men in the editorial board. So that idea of the editorial board has to be completely women. No, we're working here together. So I think this is all I wanted to say quickly. We're recording this video, welcoming all those who are joining us on the YouTube or in the Facebook. And we will do our best to monitor these platforms as much as possible. But the important thing, this video are recorded, and then after we finish, we will edit them and we cut them talk by talk. The World Association for Sustainable Development, we have been engaged in projects relating to women's empowerment for many years. And we are very pleased and very proud to have been doing as much as we could, although we still haven't done enough, but we have been all the time very keen to engage. Oh, I'm really pleased. Let me make this picture. I think there's a lot of, there's many people here. I can't take big one by one. But we are very pleased with all the work we have been doing. We have been very keen every time. Even I remember in 2018 at the United Nations in Geneva, the Secretary General, he mentioned the whole table, the top table there, women were greater than men. It was me, Petru Dimitriou, and I can't remember, there's another 2 men, but the others, they were all women, under secretaries from the United Nations and Gail Rigobert from Taloshia. So we tried our best all the time to have at least women equal to men in everything we do, our conferences, our publications, our everything we do. And I'm really pleased when because myself, Janet, and all those from WSD, we are completely independent in these women awards we're going to announce, or Janet will announce at the end of the day. But yesterday, just the last 2 days, and yesterday, I discovered one of the shortlisted is from a war zone in Sudan. I discovered those who were shortlisted, one of them is a long life campaigner for women. She has done a lot of work. She's blind. I discovered another lady who is having a disability from birth. There's a lot of, so for me, I think I'm very pleased, and I believe all the people in WSD to see that our award ceremony attracted people from as far as Madagascar, South Africa, Sudan, Indonesia, where else? Of course, Middle East, Europeans, and then you go to Pakistan. That means I think the message is reaching out. So that's what we have been doing. I will just give you quick things. I think when we celebrate this International Women's Day, whether at the university or online, one of the key messages we always wanted to deliver on this day is that this is a celebration. We are not here to talk about the power of men or women, who is better than the others. We are talking about partnership. We're talking about we all here together, because the United Nations slogan is always about global thinking and local actions. And I think we're going to hear to a lot of these stories today when we talk to Pakistan or to Sudan or South Africa, or all those ladies. They're going to join us from Emirates, Saudi Arabia, Madagascar. They are doing fantastic work locally, but it has a global impact. That's number one. What we also very keen to do on this day is to make sure we educate ourselves and remind ourselves why are we celebrating this International Women's Day? And more importantly, and I have been teasing my colleagues at universities, even professors many times, why the United Nations is celebrating the International Women's Day on the 8th of March. And I would like anyone following us now, watching us, joining us, take your mobile, although I know you have your mobile with you, try to search now while we are doing this. Why the 8th of March? Why not the 9th? Why not May? Why not April? That's why today is a weekend, but we still have no question. It has to be the 8th of March, because the celebration is attached to this day for a particular reasons. And if you go to the United Nations women agencies, you will see the story about this day. And one of the stories is that the 8th of March is the day when the Russian women start striking, and so on and so on. And then you will hear more stories about the first country allowing women to have rights to vote, interestingly, is New Zealand. And then you go through the stories and you hear about the countries which have been leading front, like Egypt. This is according to the United Nations website. So New Zealand, number one in the whole world, which allow women more rights. The 8th of March is particularly when the Russian women start to strike. It's a long story. We try to encourage ourselves, students, everyone, even in your household. Ask your husband, your wife, your daughter, your son, why is the 8th of March? And it takes them maybe 1 minute to find it from the mobile phone we all holding. So that's one important issue, education about why we're celebrating. So why the 8th of March? Why we're celebrating? The whole idea, when you go to the United Nations website, to every website celebrating the International Women's Day, is all agreeing on one sentence. It is the day we celebrate the remarkable achievement of women across the world. It is the day we celebrate fantastic work done by women, specifically done by women. For example, we're going to see a lot of stories. These are very few stories. Very few stories we're going to be able to give them chance to speak. But there's a lot of stories going across the whole world. So we are celebrating this remarkable work across the world. When we are celebrating this, the United Nations keep emphasizing, and every one of us here, I think, emphasizing the same, irrespective of their color, where they're from, what is their religions, nothing. This is a day where we're talking about women as women, whether they are Black women, ethnic minority, whatever the terminology they use, whether they are Muslim, Christian, It doesn't matter. We're talking about women across the world have made a remarkable progress. And here I would like to use a quote by one of the senior consultant cardiologists in Imperial College, who is leading one of the courses in our in West about advanced executive healthcare leadership. In his introduction about the course, he said the best thing to learn, he was talking about the course we are delivering for healthcare, executive healthcare leadership. And he said the best, why this course is unique, because there is no better than to hear it from the people who managed to become top leader in healthcare. So his reference to top women, to top leaders in healthcare, that means you will learn from the best. So I think today we're going to learn from the best, from the women who have made it, from the women who have been through all this long experience of the challenges. We all know women are still struggling, women are still facing lots of challenges, even in terms of, still we hear a lot of problems women facing, even in the UK, in Europe, in the countries, even in many, many places across the world. And there is a lot of stories about women being subjected to a lot of violence, killing, rapes, and all these are issues women are still facing. But despite that, progress is being very high. And I'm not very happy with the progress, but to give you one statistic, I just recently read 25 to 27%, I think, from the top 100 universities across the world are now led by women. Cambridge, Oxford, many, many universities now are vice chancellor or presidents are women. Even I remember in countries where this movement towards giving women more chances of becoming leaders in their countries, you can see there's a lot of progress. University is not the only example, but women are now leading in corporates, women are prime ministers, women are everywhere. But the example of universities, even those in the UK, Janet might correct me if I'm wrong, the university where I used to work with Janet, University of Sussex, which we all proud to have spent, I have spent 15 years there. They only managed to have a vice chancellor, women, after 60 years of the university existing. Just example of our own employer, former employer, for example. It took Sussex University 60 years. I'm not using Sussex just as an example. But what happened now? Most universities they have by, so it's changing. Things are changing. In Sudan, Ghana, I met her, vice chancellor is a woman, South Africa, I remember. So things are really changing. Most of the leaders we know, I can just see in front of me, just one example, because I just saw her, Professor Hanan Malkawi from Jordan. Top scientist in Jordan is a woman. Not only on the awards she's being given by the king and so on, but she's a top scientist worldwide. So when you talk about someone like Hanan, is a top scientist worldwide. So they are really, and her voices are everywhere. When you look at people like Benny, is making a lot of changes across this country. Award is something by the Queen, OBE. There's a lot of big stories women are making, and this is what we're going to do here. I will finish this introduction with sharing with you what we have been doing in WSD, and I will invite you to join us. This is a big journey, and I will make this very quick because I know we have, where is WSD? As I said, was celebrated, it is 20 years anniversary, I think 3 years ago. We have done a lot of work. There's a lot of brochure you can see, but very small things I just wanted to mention about women projects. I will encourage you all to go and browse our website. We do a lot of work. There's a lot of brochures, a lot of videos, lots of things you can see there, and so on and so on. Our engagement with everything. But in terms of women, if you come to the women, this is what we feel very proud to have done. Number one, we have a dedicated space for everything to do with women. We run a lot of debates, conferences specifically for women, not necessarily the International Women's Day, but we do lots of debate, global debate. In all the global debates we run in WSD for many, many years, we always ensure there are women representation. You can see here, just the top one, for example, one of our founders, Professor Seema Joshi from India, together with Professor Al-Hawai and Professor Manuel. If I go quickly to see just samples, just to see quick look, Professor Gail Rigobert from San Lucia, Emma Robertson. This is one of the UN meeting. I think there's a lot of women here. If you go down here, Professor Farida Fortune, I'm just randomly going through them. Here you have Angie from Bahrain. Here you have, what's her name? I know she will, I think Janet, I completely lost their name. One of our finder. We have a lot of, I guess really got, I got mixed with a lot of women. You can see we always ensure we have enough and good representation of women in all the projects we do. So that's one thing. The other thing, we are very pleased to have launched a specific journal, one of the first of its kind. There are journals, I'm not saying they are not, but these journals, we launched it last year, and I'm very pleased to say it's now published. It's the World Journal of Women and Sustainable Development. And we have fantastic editorial boards, lots of women, and we're going to invite more from all over the world. Professor Kimberly from the US, Lynette Louis, South Africa, Adiola from Rwanda, and then we have Beverly Anderson. Beverly is actually one of the founder of WSD from California, Farida, Queen Mary, Thema, and so on and so on. And as I said, we manage also to attract people like Dr. Khurshid Allam from Bangladesh. He's very keen to join. And then the story will go on and on. So the journal is now published. I'm very pleased to confirm that. And you can go and look to the first article of the journals. You can go to the guidelines and everything about the journals. And please consider submitting and promoting the journal. The other things we are very proud to have done, and I think in the first one, we have built a database, interactive one for women across the world. We call it SDGs Women Who Is Who. So all the women who have been involved with WSD, they are here. And you can say them by either their names, their country, their discipline. And you can see here, every woman came across the work we do, although this is very little of them. So they are random. Professor Beverly Anderson, Muna Abdul Aziz, Professor Dua Salman from Egypt, again, Janet Drucker, our founder from University of Westminster, but before was East London, and very highly political leaders like Ambassador Her Excellency Hind al-Muftah, permanent representative of Qatar. She's one of our co-founders, and young generations like Lena, United Nations Secretary Generals, Olga, all these ladies, Suhair, Maryam Salah, one of the chief leaders of Vodafone in the UK, and so on and so on. Professor Ghada Amir from Egypt, one of the top 550 women leaders in the world, I think, or in the Arab countries. And then the list will go on. We managed to do this, and you can search it by everything. You can search it by who are facilitating, have the skills for facilitating workshop, those who are vice chancellor, those from the United Nations, from government, and so on and so on. You can say them by speakers, keynote speakers, because we keep getting the request, can you nominate the keynote speakers and so on. You can say them by conferences, by discipline, and so on. You can say them by community. Those who are author. I'm looking for women who are having the skills are author. They have written books, journals, and so on. And then the list will start come again. You can see you got now Professor Sanika from Mauritius. You got Professor Andrea from Philippines, and the list will go on and on. The beauty, it is global. You can say them by those from Islamic world, from the diaspora. The diaspora is a big project we initiated 2007 with UNESCO. And these are women who are like myself. I'm a Sudanese. I'm also a British citizen living in the UK half of my life. Those we consider them, we call them diaspora. The contribution of those women is actually double. They contribute to the country where they are living, and they contribute to the country of where they originally from. And also we managed to get that list. It's quite a big list. And then you can say those who are young, those whom we have done interviews. Yesterday, I was talking to one of prominent journalists discussing about how we can really enrich this program. So all these people, if you go to their website, we have done interviews with them, exploring a lot of, if you like, insight about how they managed to achieve. Example, Sarah Collymore, a head teacher in St. George's Church of England Primary School. but she was voted in the United Kingdom as a head teacher of the year, one of the best head teacher in the entire United Kingdom. So there's a lot of story you can hear from this lady, Selma Al-Faqih from the United States, the first clinic in Florida to start testing the vaccine for COVID at the time after the vaccine for adult is already being discovered and under the way for production. The first clinic in Florida was Selma Al-Faqih. I think she's a pediatrician. And then the list will go on and on. Suad Al-Hamadi, the UN campus ambassador of the United Nations representing United Arab Emirates, and so on and so on. So this is the second thing we have been doing. We are very pleased of this project. And then in everything else we do, in the training, in the workshop, all our training program, the leaders are women side. Now, I'm going to stop here. I will encourage you to go to our website, and I encourage you all, and please also spread the word to all those who are following us to go and join the platform. It doesn't matter, you are a top professor, you are a top politician, you can join this platform. It's open for everyone. And particularly, we are very keen for those two categories, young women or young girls and those from developing countries, because this is what the UN want to find. And secondly, I will encourage you all to consider this journal, because this journal, we have done our part in building the journal, but we want you to contribute to the journal. We want the journal to feature the top research work by leading women and so on. So I don't want to continue because we already, I think, above our time. So I'm going to go to Sudan. And as I said, we have made a lot of small changes to the program because Sudan is a war zone. I'm sure you all know what is going on in Sudan. It's a country under war now. And we are very delighted, very, very delighted. I'm very pleased to welcome a Sudanese doctor, a consultant, a pediatrician. I don't know her. Janet doesn't know her. All of the organizing team didn't know her. But we heard about her the same like any other person from the media. The story we heard about Dr. Fathiya Abdel Majid, which you're going to hear to join us shortly, this lady or this woman or this doctor did not leave the country like millions did. That doesn't mean there was nothing wrong for those to flee the country under war, but she didn't. She stayed put in Sudan. She continued to provide her expertise and saving lives in a war zone. In Khartoum, where is the real killing, raping, massacres all happen in Khartoum. Not all in Khartoum, but this was the top place where the trouble, it was everyone left the country. Not everyone, but the majority of people left. This lady, fantastic lady, stood there and she continued to do her work. And what's more inspiring about her when we watched the videos and we did our best, and I'm really grateful for all those who helped us to connect with Dr. Fathiya because we didn't know her, like Dr. Ishraha from Canada. She helped us to connect with her. And luckily enough, we managed to speak to her. What inspired many people who those at least can understand the Arabic language when you see the videos, the way she managed to bring the team around her, the doctors, the students, everyone in the hospital. She was a leader. In my opinion, people, they see her as a doctor, stood like many other doctors, saving lives in Sudan. But for me, and I think many others, they will see it from a different angle. She was a real leader at the time of war, at the time of need. If you see the people talking about her, what she has done, it's not about how she was saving the lives of these children, but it's about how she managed to glue them together, to bring them together. And that reminds me, Dr. Fathiya, with Professor Lainetti Louis in South Africa, in Port Elizabeth, I can't remember, 2004. I can't remember when I was in South Africa. They said to me something about Nelson Mandela. And she said to me, and I think there's another professor, they said to me, Nelson Mandela, we have someone from South Africa. Alina is from South Africa. She could confirm that when she come and speak to us. They said to me, one of the quality of Nelson Mandela, Alam, there's a lot of things you can hear about Nelson Mandela. But they said to me, Alam, Nelson Mandela had become a glue and the savior and the father and the, if you like, the leader for us, even the white population. You know the whole story about black and white and everything about South Africa. But they said to me, Alam, the people who are originally from white backgrounds, they found Nelson Mandela as a glue for them with this country. with the country where they belong. That to me, many times we want to tell we belong to South Africa. It doesn't matter about the color of skin. Who made that possible in our mind is Nelson Mandela. So I think, Dr. Fathia, I'm not exaggerating, but the way I learned in the last 2 days, reading, going, watching about people talking about you, particularly your students and your doctors, the way they talk about you, they talk about this, how you manage to glue them around. I know there's a lot of people, fantastic. So Dr. Fathia now in the hospital, she will tell us everything where she is now, and she's going to join us, and I'm really pleased. She's going to actually share her screen from the hospital, from her own laptop. So, Dr. Fathia, we are very delighted to have you with us. By the way, all the CVs of all those speakers, all those be shortlisted, and also the judge who gets these awards are all available online, because to talk about everyone is really going to be long. So every speaker, all the judge who gets them, and all the women who have been shortlisted, not only the winners, everything is online. You can read as much about them. So, Dr. Fathia, if you can unmute yourself, and the floor is yours, and we're all looking forward to listen to you. We can see you, Doctor. We just make sure you can start sharing your screen. We can't hear you, Doctor. We can't hear you. Fantastic. We can see the screen. We can see you, Doctor, but we can't hear you. We see. I know it's very difficult, really, and I remind everyone this is direct live from Sudan. But I know you are a lot of people there to try to help you. But I'm really, really pleased to see everything, to see you, to see the people with at the back of you, with you in the hospital. I think it's still, Doctor. Yes, just about.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, well done. Go ahead, Dr. Fathia.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. And thank you very much, bro. Thank you very much for talking to me about all these fantastic words. And I really appreciate your effort in contacting me. And I thank all people who are sharing the video, and appreciate what we are doing here in Omdurman. There are many people doing the same job and maybe more in my hospital, and they are here before I came. Just and I will go through my slides, and I named this presentation as Saving Life of Children in War in Sudan, Khartoum State, and especially in Omdurman. I think just and I will talk about Khartoum State. It's composed of Khartoum North, and Omdurman. Khartoum North, there are very hard area. Omdurman is still, we have very hard time in that, but a little bit better in other 2/3 of the state. So majority of patients who are not managed to get outside the country, they are gathering in Omdurman state. So we have plenty of people and overcrowding. Yes, I will give a brief talk about myself. Prof. Alam, he cover the area, but just to remind, I'm Dr. Fathiya Ahmed Abdel Majid, consultant pediatrician. I'm an associate professor in Ahfad University for Women of Durman, Sudan. This and to my pleasure, because of this Women Day, the university is only for women, and this it started long time and giving great job for teaching girls. I'm the head department of the pediatrics unit. I'm graduating from the famous University of Khartoum in 1985 and got a degree of MD in pediatric and child health in 1995. Since then, I'm working as a pediatrician and going many places. And I'm involved actually in the teaching, training, and examination of medical students in different universities, as well as educating and teaching the registrars and those who are having higher study and participating in their exam for fulfilling their MD in pediatrics. I'm married and I have one son who is now a medical student in the final year, and I hope for him the best in his life. Just I will give you an idea. Before the war, and I have been working in I have been working in a hospital named Muhammad Al-Amin Hamid Pediatric Hospital, together with my university commitment. When the war started and the crisis started on 15th of April 2023, actually I was stuck in my home because I'm living near military area. We did not manage to get out from that area, but thank God later we succeeded to move from that dangerous area to a better area, which is the north of Omdurman. And I'm happy I came here to Omdurman because here really I joined Buluk to my pleasure. When I joined the Buluk, Mustashfa Buluk Hospital is a pediatric specialized hospital in Omdurman, and it's a big hospital, but it is not the hospital in Omdurman. There are many hospitals, but now in the war, it is the only hospital working in Omdurman, and actually in Khartoum State. I have the honor to join this hospital to work as a senior consultant since I joined, and I work with a tremendous team of the hospital who are working there actually from the beginning of the war. And when I came and I found them, there is a very big team composed of house officers, medical officers, and registrar and consultant, and other junior staff. Since I joined there, I'm working as a senior consultant, as I said, and I'm covering a unit. Doing the rounds. We have many wards, plenty of wards, and covering outpatients clinics. Actually, the wards here were plenty and overcrowded. Sometimes you don't know where to put these patients, because all patients are coming here. They're receiving patients from everywhere. People are doing a very great job actually here in this country, and I really thank the junior staff, the resident doctors, the registrars who are having the majority of the work they are doing. The other thing that is, I'm involved in the training and teaching registrars, house officers, and other junior staff. I'm involved also in the teaching of medical students. I'm covering also outpatients clinic in the hospital. We are doing around, we are coming, and we have other commitment for the hospital. You know, I think if there is war, there will be plenty of problems, some other matter arising other than your work. There are certain things you have to cover. During the war, people are not working. They have no money with the administration here in the hospital. They are doing a great job with the help of friends and other donors from other area to just solve the problems. Bullock Hospital actually was the only hospital which continued to work and give services from the beginning of the war, and it served the whole Khartoum state, as I said, together with those people displaced from other area, including Khartoum state or other states also that are coming. Also, we receive patients and cases referred from other states. The staff and the working group in the hospital composed of consultants, of registrars and medical officers, house officers, and other medical personnel. The majority of people here, there are not the original staff, there are helper and volunteer coming from different areas that is happening. They're here or they're coming from other areas and they join this only working hospital to help in managing pediatric cases. During this war, the people actually are working hard to improve the situation so as to give a better care, management, and services for the patient in spite of the poor resources we are having. We face with a lot of problems. For example, the lab, before the lab, plenty of hospital here on Durman, but the lab will not include all these rush of patients and this huge number of patients coming to the hospital. So we have problems with investigations, and the hospital is lacking some resources for the investigation. Medication, for example, also are suffering for that because they have to buy it. The Minister of Health help a lot bringing these things, like still they are lagging behind because all people are here and we don't have area to refer cases for further investigation or management. In spite of this, even if we want to send them to other area like Sudan or Adbar or whatever, we will, there is difficulty in that because the transport during the war, there is the real problem, and there are some areas where there is some obstruction, you cannot go across that area. People running to solve all these problems. We have other problems with the transport or the
I'm not sure, but I think
medical personnel and people working in the hospital area from a long distance. But this is a real problem. This is overcome with the help of other areas. The majority of problems and difficulty were overcome. Actually, still we are having need something like we overcome the majority because of the excellent harmony between the members of the staff and the unlimited help from Khartoum State government, from Ministry of Health, from
I think we appreciate really joining us, Dr. Fathia, but I think definitely there is a problem, and we know what
donors
yeah.
and friends are three, and I really think they work in harmony, and you don't know who is the doctor, who is
Dr. Fathia, maybe if you close the camera, maybe it will help you to improve the signal. Maybe you close the camera. Okay, I think we lost her. I think they're doing really fantastic work there. Dr. Fathia, can
hello?
you? Yes, I think what I'm suggesting, if you want to try to wrap up quickly, but at the same time, maybe you close the video and just give a concluding remark. I mean, because the video sometimes will get you losing some signal strength.
Okay. أنا also يعني almost I'm finishing.
خلاص واصلي. we are listening to you.
Okay. يا رب أعمل فول سكرين عشان يشوفوها. فل هاي قفلت عليه. يا
Take your time يا بروفيسور دكتور.
أعمل فل كده رجع. ولازم فول سكرين. عارف؟ يا الله مش همشي. لا. Hello?
Yes, we're hearing you.
Okay. Just we have some problem. We يعني manage some, but other we fail. Okay. We have يعني we improve in so many things during the war, and before we have some area were not covered in the hospital. During the war, we managed to make new services added to the hospital, like different subspecialty clinics, like endocrinology, cardiology, neurology, psychiatry, especially because many children actually they are coming with some psychological impact. There is also improvement in the lab. There is some addition of more tests and investigations. We manage to have to make an HDU, high dependency unit, and neonatal intensive care unit. Before this are not available, for alhamdulillah, we adopt these two. There is a building was arranged for an ICU and a pediatric surgery theater, but till now, unfortunately, we did not manage to got the equipment and the instrument and prepare it for surgery and accepting cases in the ICU. We are hoping soon we can manage for that. This is the end of my slides. To summarize, is that with the hard work and with the harmony in the group and with the help of the friends and donors, we did a lot actually, even in the hospital area where included so many things, and we face with patients with many difficulties, with many complications. We tried our best to solve these problems. While those who cannot manage, we will try to send them to another town if there is the resources is there. people suffering, but they are happy. They are giving this effort to pediatrics. This is the end of my slides. I thank you very much. I thank all the listener. I thank Prof. Alam who gave me this chance to talk in this day, and I congratulate all ladies, and hopefully every time we will, girls and ladies will improve and they will have a better chance and a better world than I have. We will, next year, I hope there will be no war in the world and there is no killing of children or kidnapping of female or whoever. Thank you very much. Thank you very much and have a nice day.
Thank you very, very much, Dr. Fathia. We are very, very grateful, really, for you to make all this effort just to come to us here. We can understand how difficult. The two questions out of many questions we had received, and I think they are very big. Once the Sudan, everyone was fleeing the country. Millions of Sudanese, which is the largest in the whole world now, of the people who displaced outside the country and inside the country. So everyone was leaving the country. They went to Ethiopia, to Kenya, Uganda, Egypt, and rest went to Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Emirates, and so on. Those left in Sudan, like in Khartoum, where the war, the killing, the raping, particularly women. I remember talking to women, they said to me, I have to leave with my daughter because these people, they're after women. They want to rape women. Really, one of the things, I have heard this by my own ears. Why, what was in your mind staying in Khartoum, in that war zone? Everyone was leaving, either outside or leaving to other cities like Medani and so on. What was in your mind? That's the question we really want to break it here as a news. Why did you stay? What was in your mind? Not as a doctor, as a human being, as a lady, as a woman, as a person. Why did you stay?
Okay, I will answer this question. In the beginning, actually, we don't think that this war will continue. No, we thought it is only, and I remember that day we are preparing for things for Eid al-Fitr. We think it will be only 2 or 3 days. It will not be more than that. For some people, they are saying by the end of this day, everything will finish. Yani, we never thought it will continue. Till now, we're hoping that will stop. Like, unfortunately, it is increasing and extending and involve the whole country, unfortunately. But this is one of the things. The other thing is that I don't want to leave my family. The extended family, you know Sudan, you have the extended families. We are talking together and arranging. And I have my brother, my uncles, and my aunt, all of them, they say they will not move. And this is this. If we will die here, we will die any other place. But really, I don't want to separate from my family. Another thing that is my son is a medical student, and in the beginning of the war, we don't know what is going on. He will, where I will go, he's final. I don't see much. There is no country will accept the final student, and I don't want to move. He himself, he don't want to move from his colleagues. But there are plenty of things. Like the major thing is the family side. I don't want to go away from my family really. And even if I came here to Karali area, north of Umdurman, and I'm living now with my sister. All of us together, me and the rest of my brothers, we are staying in my sister's home. My brother, alhamdulillah, the area is now free of crisis here in Umdurman, and they went. But I'm staying here because I'm living near Muhandisin, and that area is still, there are crises and there are problems. So I cannot go now. I'm really, I will tell you, I'm happy. I'm happy I did not.
That's my second question. You're so happy in the videos, and we can see the passion and you give people power and energy by just looking at the way you're so resilient. Even in your presentation now, I know that you are in the hospital with lots of people with you, but you're so confident. You're so inspiring everyone here. And I can tell you, when you finish, you can go and read the videos. When you see, there's a lot of lot of comment. I will just read you a lot of them. Thank you. We're very proud of you. Hands up for you. Even this hand up is from Suhair.
Okay.
She's overseas.
Just one word, Prof. Alam. Just and I'm happy. I came and I'm happy with my. I can say my. يعني هم they will tell me Mama Fathiya and I really like them.
ممكن نشوفهم. Can we see?
أيوة.
Can you just tell the camera right and left? I one by one. Can you just introduce yourself? We can see on your right hand side, but definitely as I promise. ما شاء الله والله well done. يعني we are very والله everyone is very proud of what you have done. You can come to the screen. Yes, to the screen.
Okay. فهم دار البلانت طبعا ودار جذري around me now.
Yeah, the question, I can see it in the media. Where did you or do you get that energy? You know, the car needs fuel in the morning in order to go to the next step. Where do you get that energy? Where do you get that? I know you said you love to stay with your family, you will live and die there. This is all fantastic. But the way you were living through these 3 years and still giving energy to these people with you, and they call you Mama Fathiya, you said, where do you get that energy? Because we need to learn from you so that when we have our lowest period, we can actually uplift ourselves. Where do you get that? From where?
Well, I don't know. I think this is from God, definitely. This is from God. يعني if you think that this أنا يعني nothing will happen to you other than what is يعني God decided for you. يعني for this what give me this energy. And I said what will happen to me, it will happen. And I'm doing my best. So inshallah God will help me and will not leave me. This is what is the message. You need to work. And don't stay and say things will happen like this. Anyhow, this is what happened, and I'm happy I'm here, wallahi. I'm very happy.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fathiya, and all the team with you, the boys, the girls, we can see them there. And we definitely have to come do a much more better look at the hospital. But thank you so much. And please, it's being recorded. We will share this video with all international doctors, unions, every place we can share, because this is a true story. It's not about Sudan. It's about really remarkable resilience. And this is what we want to hear. Thank you very much. We have to leave you here, but thank you so much. Stay with us, but we will go now. I think it's very good start. Really, I'm very pleased. We've been lucky. I think we've been lucky to have you.
I'm lucky. I'm very lucky.
Thank you very much. Really, I think we should all share our appreciation of what you have done. Now we will go very long way now from Sudan to Pakistan, and we have a fantastic, remarkable young lady waiting for us there. I've been lucky, and I think Janet, we also been lucky. We met her. I met her twice, but Janet met her in Geneva last year. We met her in the Commonwealth here in London. We're going to give the second floor to from Pakistan to Maha Jamil. She's the director of the Center for Learning and Cultural Development. I like that title, in Qanat College for Women. And she's the senior representative of the Prime Minister Youth Program and Youth Advocate at the United Nations Pakistan. And actually, this program was very interesting when we learned the Prime Minister of Pakistan. He got his, I hope, as I said before, all Prime Minister, they do the same. They have an advocate program specifically for youth. We like the youth. We have another project for youth. So Maha, she's going to talk to us about promoting gender equality and empowerment for women and girls in Pakistan. So Maha, I think you are the best person to talk about this topic. If you can unmute Maha, and I'm allowing you to share, we'll make you co-host. And the floor is yours, Maha.
Sure.
This program, we met 10 of them in Geneva last year. Fantastic program, really. I like the idea, and we were lucky also to meet them again in London.
Hi everyone, can anyone see my presentation here?
No, we can't see the slide. No, we can see you and we hear you, but the slides are not there.
Okay, let me check it again. Okay. I think I'm not getting the...
Share. We are allowed you to share.
Okay. Just give me a minute.
Okay. All the speakers who have spoken to us, like Dr. Fathiya, and all those who will be speaking during the day, and any other, please consider submitting or writing this presentation in full as a paper to be published in the journal, because I think that's what will enrich. We want the journal really to be scientific, yes, refereed, and we're hoping it will go to Scopus as well, so it can help people as a journal to publish scientifically for any purpose they want as promotion and so on. But at the same time, we want to bring the perspective which are very difficult to find in real scientific papers, like this story of Dr. Fathiya or what we're going to hear now. So consider submitting these papers. And as I said earlier, please, I will put it in the chat, or maybe Janet, you can put it in the chat, the womanwhoiswho.org, and also the URL for the journals. Maha, we can go to Dr. Bashair and come back to you, if that's okay. I think, yeah, I think we should be.
Now can you see my presentation?
No, we can see the desktop. We don't see the presentation. You need to open the presentation first, and then you can share it.
Here is it.
Yes, just make it bigger and start.
Yeah, sure.
And just come on camera and you go.
Sure, just a minute. Sorry, guys. So
Yeah,
hi,
fine.
everyone. Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon, everyone. It's afternoon in Pakistan. I am Maha Jamil, Special Representative to Prime Minister Youth Program and Director at Center for Learning and Culture Development, Queenate College for Women. Thank you, Mr. Alam, for giving me this opportunity. I am honored to be a part of this conference and celebrating United Nations International Women's Day. Well, my topic is empowering women and girls in Pakistan, a path to gender equality. Pakistan is facing significant gender disparities, but progress is possible. This presentation will explore the challenges and opportunities for promoting gender equality and empowering women girls in Pakistan. There is some key data points the state of gender inequality in Pakistan, key data points. Gender Inequality Index, according to UNDP 2023, Pakistan ranks 164 out of 191 countries. Female literacy rate, 51% for women versus 72% for men. Labor force participation, according to World Bank 2021, 22% for women versus 69% for men. Violence against women, 32% of women have experienced physical violence. Education as catalyst for change. So there is a programs which help women to change. There is a BISP program, the Benazir Income Support Program. Initiatives, girls' education through conditional cash transfers. BISP has increased girls' enrollment in secondary schools by 15% in targeted districts. World Bank, according to World Bank 2020. STEM education focuses on STEM education, addresses the underrepresentation of women in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics field. For example, STEM-focused scholarship for female students at Prime Minister Youth Program. Rural access, improving access to quality education in rural areas addresses geographically disparities in educational opportunities. Economic empowerment, breaking barriers to financial independence. Microfinance initiatives, providing women with access to small loans to start their own businesses. For example, Quwwat provides interest-free loans to women entrepreneurs with 99% repayment rate. Skill development programs, equipping women with marketable skills to enhance their employability. For example, under the Prime Minister Youth Program, TAFTA offers vocational training programs for women focusing on textile, IT, and healthcare. And now NAFTEC is also offered the programs as well. Entrepreneurship, promoting women's entrepreneurship creates a supportive ecosystem for female-owned businesses. Addressing gender-based violence, creating safe spaces and support systems. Strengthening laws against domestic violence, sexual harassment, and honor killing. The Protection Against Harassment of Women at Workplace Act 2010 needs more effective implementation and broader coverage. Providing counseling, legal aid, and safe shelters for survivors of violence. Aurat Foundation operates helplines and crisis centers for women facing violence across Pakistan. Challenges, harmful social norms, and promoting gender equality through community awareness campaigns. Promoting women's leadership and political participation. There is 3, like representation, grassroots empowerment, mentorship programs. In representation, increasing women's representation in parliament and local government. Data reserves seats for women in National Assembly, 60 seats, and provincial assemblies. Mentorship programs, supporting women in leadership position and encouraging their participation in decision-making processes. For example, the Women Parliamentary Thesis advocates for women's rights and gender equality. Grassroots empowerment, supporting female community leaders and activities. Engaging men and boys as allies, shifting attitudes and behavior. Positive masculinity, encouraging men to challenge traditional gender stereotypes and embrace gender equality. Educational program, teaching boys about respect, empathy, and the gender equality from a young age. Advocacy, involving men in campaign against gender-based violence, engaging men as advocates for women's rights. The role of technology and innovation, bridging the digital gender divide, access, increasing women's access to technology and digital literacy, data, mobile phone ownership among women is significantly lower than men in Pakistan. Delivery, utilizing technology to deliver education, healthcare, and financially service to women in remote areas. For example, telehealth initiatives provide women in rural areas with access to medical consultations and information. Investments, supporting women-led tech startups, investing in female entrepreneurs in the technology sector. A call to action for gender equality in Pakistan. Achieving gender equality and empowering women and girls is essential for Pakistan's development. Collective efforts from the government, civil society, and individuals are needed to create a more equitable and just society. By investing in women and girls, we can unlock their full potential and build a brighter future for all Pakistanis. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maha. Let me just make sure we can, if you stop your screen there, or I can stop it here.
Sure.
Thank you very much. Fantastic presentation. Thank you very much, and we appreciate this. And thank you very much for all your team. We have seen this as definitely. We forward to strengthen or to connect you more strongly with our youth program. Really fantastic. Thank you very much for making the efforts.
Thank you. Thank you so much for making a part
Our
of
best wishes to all your colleagues and your team there, all of them, because remember we met them. I think I told you, I don't know whether we told you this in Geneva or not, but the idea of WSD is born in Karachi, University of Karachi. Yes.
Wow.
So we came to Pakistan on our 50th anniversary. It was the UK Science and Technology Forum. We have our, at that time I was a PhD student. We had our, the UK Science and Technology Forum conference was hosted by University of Karachi. I went to Pakistan at that time, I remember.
You guys are most welcome to come again to Pakistan.
Yes, we will come definitely. The idea was born at that time. Of course, most of them, they were UK based, but it born in Pakistan, in Karachi University. And that's in Pakistan, the curry we eat here in the UK is not the actual curry. We eat something very soft. The actual curry is different. So we learn a lot of stuff there. But anyway, definitely we have links with Pakistan for a long, long time. Thank you very much. Now,
thank you
very much, Maha. Thank you very much. Really, thank you very much. Appreciate your presentation. Now we're going to travel again to United Arab Emirates, specifically to Sharjah, which is one of the biggest cities in United Arab Emirates. But we are very lucky, really. And again, by the way, sometimes I get that people telling me, Alam, you exaggerate about people. And I say to them, I'm not exaggerating. Go and read their CVs. We're going to listen to one fantastic, really scholar. I really respect her. One of the top, really, women academics in the Arab countries and worldwide. All her CV, everything is in the website. But she's going to talk about a very important topic for women across the whole world, particularly in academia. The title of her presentation is the following: Why supporting women in research matters now more than ever? Very interesting question. Despite all the progress made, despite we already mentioned quarter of the vice chancellor of top universities are women, despite mentioning remarkable progress in higher education in the UK and Europe and America, women are leaders. Now, our next speaker is going to talk to us about why it is still very important to help women in research than before, than ever. And Professor Bashair Musa, she's an associate professor of neurophysiology. She's a co-chair of the 5th Forum for Women in Research, and she's also a head of the Global Engagement Department at the University of Sharjah, well respected and highly respected authority or university in the UAE and in the Arab countries, particularly in the medical education. We in the UK, we hear a lot about their fantastic work in the medical education. Of course, she's in the medical college. So, Dr. Bashair, if you can, thank you very much for being with us from the start. Unmute yourself, and I am giving you co-host. So, to co-host, yes, you are now a co-host, so you can share your slide.
Good morning and good afternoon, everyone. Can you see my slides?
Yes, just make them bigger, and that's it. If you can make the screen.
Is it bigger now?
Yeah, everything is fine. Go ahead.
And can you hear me well?
Very well, and we see you very well.
Thank you very much, Prof. Allam, and thank you very much for the organizing committee for this invitation. I'm very happy to be here today, and it's a great opportunity to meet all these amazing women and men in this very special day. I'm wishing everyone a wonderful International Women's Day. And if you allow me, Prof. Allam, I would like to say thank you very much to Dr. Fathiya for sharing your amazing story with us and telling us what women can do, especially during a very stressful time. Thank you very much. We are very proud of you. We salute you, and God bless you, and hopefully we'll see you face to face. Bashar Musa, as it's been mentioned by Prof. Allam, I think this is a very amazing introduction, and thank you very much for that. So today what I'm trying to share with you, why supporting women in research is very crucial and why it is very crucial now. I would like to start by saying that we all live in this universe, in this globe, and there is a very important fact that there is a global challenges. Like the globe being experienced them for a long time and for decades, and we really need a global effort to overcome them. Although the list of these challenges are very long, try just to put, just few examples for, like to share it with you. Whenever we talk about climate changes, about global public health, about loss of biodiversity, and when we talk about water scarcity or about food security or poverty, it's very crucial, essential to leverage the skills and talents of everyone in this globe to overcome these challenges. And by doing what? By establishing a systematic process in which we identify the problems, we establish a specific kind of sustainable way to overcome them and to try to find sustainable solution. Now, this process in our field, we call it research. And we do have a group of people who are naturally gifted and qualified to come up with these kind of questions and to address these challenges and to establish this systematic and sustainable solution. This group of people called researchers, women and men researchers, they are so gifted in a way that they are able to identify the gaps and overcome these gaps. So it would be very smart to leverage their skills and their talents and to be very inclusive in terms of men and women, in terms of gender, so that we can overcome these global challenges. Interestingly, the process itself of research is experiencing a lot of challenges. I tried to summarize it quickly in these 6 boxes. As a researchers, men and women, we do have challenges with time, with funding, with publication, with limited resources where we have a lot of demand, with predatory models, which is something that we never had before. And the thing that's common that I would like to talk to you about is disparity, gender disparity when it comes to research. So research is challenging to everyone. However, women are they have their own special kind of challenges. And why is that? For several reasons. One of the main reasons is work and life balance is just so challenging for women researchers, because as I've already mentioned, research is a very long and very demanding process. So for women to do research and on the same time to look after their family, this is something very challenging. And when I say family, it's very important to mention that I'm not talking only about parents and about having children and looking after them, but also we talk about the central role of women in the family to look after the elderly people in the household in terms of, you know, like either they were parents or grandparents. So all these kind of social and family commitments is just so challenging to keep, you know, like doing research while you're doing that. In addition to that, when we look at the literature and everything that I'm talking about, I have the references down there in the slide. You can, you know, look at it afterwards if you want to elaborate on these findings. You know, having leadership and independence in research when it comes to women is very challenging. And what the literature telling us is women are doing well as co-supporters, co-investigator in the projects, but yet we need more support when it comes to leaders and leadership and independence. Another challenge is opportunity to collaborate and to establish new network, to do more research and to expand on your research. Again, for women to travel from one country to one country or one, you know, like continent to another country to facilitate this is becoming very challenging for women compared to men. The last point is pandemic, and this is what the literature is telling us. Pandemic have a very adverse effect on the women researcher more than men. And I'm highlighting COVID just for one reason, which is it is the recent kind of pandemic that we experience in this era. So when they did studies, and amazing studies that include 4,000 or more researchers, women researchers in USA and in Europe, they found that COVID had a more significant effects to women research than men research. And interestingly, if you looked at the left side of the slide where there is a figure A, it showed that the research time and effort of women is significantly declined. And there is many reasons, but one of the reasons that is the women who looked after young children were the ones who are most affected, referring again to the fact that the central role of women in, you know, like in the family is kind of in fact, you know, impacting research. And also, if you looked at the right side of the slide, which is the blue figure, it's showing that the women who were in disciplines where they don't need to leave the house, just like, you know, psychology or other kind of fields where they can do research from home, they did better than the woman who needs to go outside the house to do, you know, like a physical work in a lab or so, and leave their children at home while there is no schools happening during lockdown. So everything to do with research is affected during that time, and women were more affected. So women, I've tried to convince you why we're talking about women, and why we talking about now is the, you know, the high time for supporting women. I tried to summarize everything again in 6 boxes, and you know, it's very important to focus on the last 2 boxes, because this is what is the future is about. So right now, it is a high time because we have an evidence that women are interested in research. They are good in doing research. And we do have access to data. How many women are doing research now? We never had that before. We have a task force of graduate women, young women who are doing a great job in research right now, more than before. Some disciplines, actually, we covered, we achieved parity, and that telling us that we can go ahead and do the same with the other disciplines. So it is not, you know, like impossible to achieve parity. And as I said, the two important boxes are digital revolution that we are experiencing. We have to engage women in this because this is the future. So more women interested in research, and this is, you know, all the reports from the UNESCO and other international organizations showed us women, you know, this percentage of women researchers increasing across the world. So now it's about 33 or more percentage of women share in research. Again, this is something wasn't happening 20 years back. And if we narrow the areas of where we're looking at and where we're reporting from, and we're including only 20 plus countries, for example, you will find, as you can see here, you will find even the percentage of women share is increased to 40 to 42%. So we're experiencing a significant increase in women who are interested in doing research and in doing great in research. Now, the other box, which is like our access to data about women. I just have two figures that I want to share with you to prove the fact that in 1998, 20 years back or more, if you looked at this figure, what is this figure showing you? Different regions within the world and the countries within these regions, and the share of women, the percentage of women in each country. And as you can see here is a gray circle. I'm using my pointer. I hope that you can see it. The gray pointer is showing the gender parity. So the 45% to 50%, if you're reaching that, you will hit this kind of gray circle. At that time, that doesn't mean all empty spaces, there is no women researchers. But, we couldn't report that. But look, after 20 years, in 2018, it seems that women everywhere are doing a great work when it comes to research. Not only that, is it reaching gender parity or kind of going beyond that? And this is where we have to leverage all this information to support women even further, because without measurement, you cannot do any strategic improvement. In addition to that, now we have an amazing long list of organizations and centers helping us to tell us more about women and in research, and what is their statistics. Just to mention a few wise women in science and engineering, we have the UNESCO Institute for Statistics. They're telling us more about these women. She figures, it's from the European Union, and Elsevier is a publisher also telling us more about women. So we do have the data and we do have the evidence. Now, the other box that I was talking about, which is the task force when it comes to graduate young women. As you can see here, this is reporting about 60 plus countries around the world, showing that the percentage of women who graduating with PhD degrees are kind of reaching parity, gender parity. So we have an amazing, a decent number of young women who are doing great when it comes to the first stage of research, which is the PhD. If you dig more into that, you will find in 2022, the world actually celebrated how the parity, gender parity is about, it was about to be 50-50%, because we have young women from that group of the graduates are kind of achieving their contribution when it comes to authorship, which is, usually we celebrate our research by publishing it. So this, like the one in the left here, showing you that in 2022, we have about 41% of the co-authors were young women. And the graph on the right side showing you all of them were young, in their young career kind of positions, and they were able to prove that we receiving this amazing input from young women. Now, the other box that I was talking about, there is some discipline achieve parity already, gender parity. So it is not impossible for us to apply this across all the disciplines or all the fields. And as you can see here, nursing doing the best, we have about 68% of women researchers are coming from this background. And of course, it's very important to say that all these percentages is coming from this report. So it is applicable for the countries that being participated in that report. And if you looked at the other, disciplines doing well in terms of women contribution in research, you will find that it's medicine, health medicine, but also health sciences, but also social sciences are doing great, reaching parity, gender parity. Now, I have to highlight, we did great in some places, but there is yet some places need support. And whenever we talk about computer science, engineering, mathematics, we need more people, because more women to be part of these fields, because there is underrepresentation, especially in AI field, which is, as we all know, we are experiencing and we're witnessing a fundamental transformation in technology this era, and it is the present and it is the future of our research and our everything that we do in our daily life. So knowing that women are underrepresented in this field we want to make sure to be more inclusive, to support these women to be part of that. And this is just a graph telling you that the 10 top or 20 top countries in AI, the representation of women is less, about 20% or less. In terms of pattern and innovation, as you can see here, just to summarize this graph, the dark blue showing you men or only men who are submitting or getting patents or innovative, kind of activate innovative projects are the top, and there is a huge difference between them and between the dark orange part of the graph, which is alone or woman alone or a team with only women in terms of innovation and patents. So to be part of the future, innovative future, we need to support all women in these fields to be part of the future. Otherwise, it will be too late. Now, if you ask, anybody of you kind of now asking, if I want to support women, what I can do? You can be a mentor, you can celebrate their achievement, you can help them building teams, communicate their vision, give them opportunities, and establish with them collaborative networking. Now, in my university, we are very proud to tick all these boxes and to come up with initiative. It is a forum called Women in Research Forum. It started in a very interesting time in 2022 during COVID. It started online, and we till today, 2 weeks back, we celebrated the 5th draft or 5th version of the forum. In this forum, we ticked all these boxes. One of the amazing part of it, we supporting women with grants called Quwa grants, and I'm very happy one day to share with you the details of this forum. And just quickly, I would like to take you through it. If for all the women from all around the world, if they would like to participate in our forum. In 2020, as I said, it was a vision being created by a woman, an amazing woman. Her name is Dr. Manar Abu Talib, and all the women, we have about 140 members, women who is doing a great job to make this a success. So in 2020, we started online in our university. 2022, we continue online in UAE. 2022, we went to the Gulf region. 2023, we went to North Africa. And 2 weeks back, we were very happy to celebrate our 5th edition of the forum, where we welcome the whole world to our platform. We received about almost 900 submissions from 53 countries, and we were able to give 43 grants. This is just photos of the all amazing people who are part of this initiative. I will go quickly. We welcome all the categories from medicine, health science, social sciences, computer science, art and humanities. We are very kind of particular on certain criteria when it comes to the proposal. Scientific rigor, it has to be a very strong, scientifically novel, community impact industry. I'm not going through the terms and conditions for the sake of time. However, the main important term is the leader to be a female or woman, and there is no limit for all the males to be co-investigator in it. We do have a submission, very easy submission process. You can scan the QR code in here, and it takes you directly to our platform. We will be celebrating our next version in 2027. Here are some of the pattern of our submission for everyone who are interested. At the end, I would like to thank all of you for your amazing attention, and I would like to thank all the women who contributed in this success. Thank you very much for your time, and I'm done.
Thank you very much, Professor. Really fantastic. And I can tell you there's a lot of positive, lots of big comments here, and people read this. I like quote from Professor Ahmad. He said, nice value. So you think, nice value. It was nice. And I don't know if you know her. I will definitely make the connection between you, Professor Bashir, and Professor Hanan, because this is really the whole idea of WSD is a forum to connect people. That's exactly. So Professor Hanan, I definitely have to connect you with Professor Bashir. And there's a lot of you in the Arab countries, but really fantastic, fantastic work. Just to tell you one thing, there's a lot of research. Even the Secretary General Cortez was saying in his speech one day or 2 days ago, he was referring women, everything women involved is better. But if you go back to the research, when women are involved, corruption is less. When women are involved, governance of corporates is better. When women are involved, happiness will happen. And I remember Professor Ghada Amir from Egypt, she said, I think it is referring to a research, when women are working, the family household and the house will be very happy. So there is every research being done is saying women are better. Definitely. So what we now need, I think that the research you are just started will be of great interest. I think maybe the UN, because we work as a think tank with them, we have done a lot of research with the UN, but could be that would be the way people should look at it in terms of women researchers, how to help them. And I think so. I think fantastic. Definitely, we will get in touch with you to promote this grant. I think we should promote it for you to get more people to apply. People like Fathia, I think she definitely can make a good application, but definitely fantastic. And thank you very much for your time and your effort. Now we're going to travel again from UAE all the way to England to go to Benny. And I can see you there, Benny, and I can see you, Alan, with you. I think, let me just make a short introduction about Dr. Benny, who is going to speak to us. And Alan, I really appreciate all your efforts, Benny, but let me just say a few words about you. If you go to Google and search about her, she is much, much bigger than what we have written about her and what I'm going to say about her. Benny, Dr. Benny Melville Brown, she is the first woman, so we are educating our own citizen here in the UK. She is the first woman barrister, actually, with the British Royal Navy. Yes, you're going to listen to someone who is the first barrister in the Royal Navy. She's been like 22 years until she reached the rank of commander in the Royal Navy. And then I think she will tell us better about her story, where she lost her vision. She became blind. And she started something. I was talking to Janet. I wanted to understand when I meet her. I will do our best. By the way, we're going to invite you to come to us in London, Benny, to see you face to face at the university. We will be very keen to understand baking. She created something called Blind Baker. And she was the winner of the Holman Prize for Blind Ambitious in 2017. Remarkable, nothing is stopped in front of her. And I really, fingers crossed, you're going to break all these boundaries. She is the founder of the Disability Dynamics. And as a result of that, she was being appointed an OBE. An OBE is the highest rank here in the UK given by the royal family or by the kingdom, is given to her or appointed her Royal Highness Princess Anne in 2009, which is OBE, Officer of the British Empire. Big title, really, which really prove your impact to the society, to the country, and to the whole world. And she was also being given an honorary doctorate by Middlesex University in 2018. So Benny is going to talk to us something connecting with what Bashir just finished. Very interesting topic. She said disability, which is very important topic to us. The threat to both sustainability and women. So Benny, we are very grateful again. Thank you very much for all the efforts you have made in order to be with us. If you can unmute, and I do understand you said technically they might be any help, but take your time, really, you and Alan. And if there is anything, please go ahead. The floor is yours.
Okay. Hello, Alam. I hope you can hear me.
We can hear you.
This is Penny from a bright, sparkling day in the UK. And I wanted to talk today about sustainability in its basic sense, which is about not wasting resources, not damaging resources, making the very best of them. And on that theme, I'm looking at disability because that's all about human resources. One of the UN themes of sustainability is about health. And of course, disability is the absolute opposite of that. We've got a very complicated legal definition of it in the UK. But I think you need to just think about disability as being life-changing. It changes everything about your life, just as it did for me when I had to give up my naval career and became a disabled person because I lost my sight. I was really lucky because I managed to work for a couple of years or more in the Navy, wandering around in the naval base, doing a good job, using a white cane and in uniform. But not everybody has that. But on the theme of disability, we know that it can either be physical or mental or both. And the key thing, and this is really important certainly in European countries, in the UK, we are not disabled by choice. We don't wake up one morning and say, yes, I'd love a life-changing condition. That is not the case. So let me move on. And I wanted to give you a little slide here, which is about to give you a sense of the scale of the issue in the UK. Now, this will change and vary in different countries. And I know that, but I just wanted to give you a sense of what it's like here in a reasonably well-developed, fairly rich country. And here we are with 25% of the population. And this is the working age population. That's people from age 16 to 64. 25% of the population are disabled people. And in this pie graph, I hope you can see there's a dark grey area. So that's the half.
Is Alan sharing, Benny, or?
Alan's not sharing it. I'm so sorry.
If you want, I can share from here if you want me.
Hang on. I beg your pardon.
If you can share from there, fine. Otherwise, I can share.
No, Alan. I've got another Alan here and an Alan there.
Yeah, perfect. We can see the slides. Yes.
Probably
make them bigger. Alan, can you make the slide in a show bigger?
Alan, you share, please.
No, we can see your slide. Go ahead.
Okay.
Make them bigger.
Can you make it bigger?
Yes, yeah. Fantastic. Go ahead, Benny.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to rewind very quickly. Here's the pie chart. 16 to 64-year-olds. 25%, 1/4 are the disabled people. So that's 25% of your working age people, the people who are actually going to contribute to the economy, earn income, pay taxes, drive GDP and growth. And you've taken out 25% potentially. Of that 25%, half are not working. That's the dark grey area. There's a paler grey area, and those are the disabled people who are working. But most of them are going to be in low-level jobs, perhaps some middle-level jobs. Quite a lot of them are part-time. And then there's another little group. Can you see the dark orange? Those are all the people who are doing the caring. And we've heard about that from previous speakers. Carers who may be looking after any of those disabled people who themselves cannot work or can only work part-time. So you can see that very quickly, the number of disabled people in your population and the number of people caring for them can grow up to perhaps a third, give or take, depends on your own local economy, your own local environment. But that's a substantial number of people who are going to be removed from the economy, not fulfilling their potential. So then I wanted to move on to my next slide, and I wanted to look at the causes of disability. And I'm going to set aside the people who are born with disabilities or who acquire disabilities during their childhood. And in the UK, that's quite a small percentage, probably 1 in 10. So along the middle of this slide, you've got a line and it starts at 0, birth, and then you run along all that line and you get to sort of 70, 80, life expectancy which again will vary wherever you are. So we've got our young people and they're trundling along and they're going to school and they're growing up. In the UK, one of our first milestones is 16, about age 16, when people take their basic general certificate examinations. And those are pretty important because the outcomes of those will mold you and the rest of your life. So they will help determine whether you go on to more education, whether you go into some form of training, whether you go to university. They'll also shape your qualifications and how well you'll do at work, whether you'll go into a low-level job, a middle-level job, or something much fancier. So those exams are really important. And you can see that I've divided this slide. In the top section, it's people who live in the poorest areas of the UK. And at the bottom, it's those who live in the richest areas. So can you see at 16, the people in the poorest areas, the young children, at 16, they are 2 years potentially behind the rich kids. So therefore, they're taking their exams and they've already been not disqualified, disadvantaged by the fact that they're living in these poor areas. And at that stage, they're in a position where they may never catch up. They may never move on to their potential. There's another consequence. We've talked about low-level, middle-level jobs that they can go into. But if you are coming from a poor background, you've got poor education outcomes, the chances of you acquiring a disability in your mid-40s is much higher. And we're looking at about 1 in 4 of those people acquiring their disabilities at about that age. That was what happened to me. I lost my sight in my early 40s, and it could have been devastating for the rest of my career. And for many people, as you saw from the number who are unemployed, it is devastating. In comparison, have a look at the lower section. You can see the richer people, they're not losing their abilities. They're not acquiring a disability at the same level until they're in their 70s, their early 70s. So that's 30 years difference between the poorer area, the richer area, and that's about not earning money, it's not paying taxes, it's not progressing, it's being reliant on your families, it's being reliant on the state for benefits. So it's a really significant difference. And the cause of this is not health, it's about poverty and education. And it's not just me saying this. The World Bank will tell you that there is a distinct link between poverty and disability. The OECD will tell you that there is a link between low education and disability. The United Nations will tell you that there is a link between low literacy and disability. So let me move on to, I think this is my last slide. I'm rattling through this, I hope. So what does it matter to us, women? And what are the multiple challenges that face us? Well, we've heard lots today about what gender can do for us and how difficult life can be just because we're women. But then we've also heard today about the implications of being a carer and the fact that you may have lower work prospects as a carer. And now let's move on to the disability side. And we know that if you're a woman and you're disabled, you've probably got lower education. You've probably come from a poorer background. But there are other risks too. One of the risks is that actually women are allegedly more likely to be disabled than men. Now, There's different interpretations of that. It may be that men just don't confess to being disabled people, but it's also because women may be facing all sorts of other challenges in their lives. Women who are being disabled, certainly in the UK, by violence and sexual violence, they end up with physical injuries, but also they end up with mental disorders. And then the other area of risk is that women with disabilities themselves are more prone to violence and sexual violence. So you can see this huge range of multiple challenges that women face, and particularly disabled women face. So may I talk to you a little bit now about what we can do about it. Now, obviously, if I had a magic wand, I'd wave it and we get rid of poverty at a stroke. We'd get rid of health problems, pestilence, war, and just make life so much easier. But that's not very realistic. What actually we can start looking at is some practical solutions. And that's what I'd like to just pose to you and talk to you a little bit about what I've been doing. Because I'm not an academic, I'm a practical person, and I've been doing a lot of this sort of stuff. And the first thing is law. Now, a legal definition of disability is really helpful. But in the UK, for example, and elsewhere, I'm sure, the law around disability and anti-discrimination really isn't very effectively enforced. Just for example, I've just bought a fabulous new washing machine, but is it accessible? No. I've got a mobile phone with facial recognition. Is it accessible? No. I'm doing things on IT. Is that accessible? No. So we've got all these areas of life where you can have a law, but unless somebody's willing to enforce it firmly, there's no point to it. But a legal definition may help for your research or whatever else, because at least you know what you're talking about. I emphasized how important education is, and I spent several years being responsible, after I'd lost my sight, for all the sort of post-16 education in the county where I live, in Hampshire, in the UK. That was tens of thousands of young people, 16 to 18-year-olds. And my concern, again, was about, are we making that education accessible enough? And one of my major concerns is that it's very easy for, I'm going to say, academics and government agencies and teachers and the system to devise an education system which is great for them. They recognize it, it reflects their upbringing, but it doesn't necessarily reflect the reality of the lives of people who most need that education, because if they don't get good education, they're going to have that low literacy and they're going to have those much higher chances of becoming disabled. So getting into your education system and making it reflect the reality of the people it serves, for me, is fundamental. Then I'm going to talk a little bit about employment and employers. I've spent years working with employers, and they have all sorts of myths. They think just because we've got a disability, a life-changing condition that we didn't choose, that we simply can't do the job. There will be tens of thousands and millions of disabled people out there across the world who are perfectly capable of doing worthwhile, valuable jobs. They just need the chance. Employers are convinced that we can't do the jobs, and any reasonable adjustments that they put in place in the workplace are going to cost a fortune. It's not true. Most reasonable adjustments cost nothing. And those that do, well, there are ways around that. So we need to get the employers on board, and we need them to understand that employing disabled people, and disabled women particularly, is great for them because they have much less turnover. They don't have so much cost for recruiting new staff, training new staff, and it is great for their reputation. They're actually showing what they can do for their societies. But perhaps not everybody can go into a job, and that I would strongly advocate enterprise. And again, we've heard bits about enterprise today from other speakers. I started my own business. I spent many years helping other disabled people start their own businesses. It is actually what is the most popular way of working. In the UK and in America, more disabled people who work are self-employed, have started their own business than other people. It's a great way of people working and fulfilling their potential. But around that, we need to have state agencies, tax agencies, all sorts of enterprise agencies actually capable of supporting disabled people. And that is a bit of a shock to them, because just like employers, they have no understanding that disabled people have ambitions, want to be fulfilled, and of course we all do. And the last point I'd like to make is the strongest advocates we have are you, us. We can be out there. We can set an example. Alam talked earlier about me doing this baking blind stuff. It was just cooking. And I was cooking around the world and just taking lots of videos and all the rest of it. Cooking is nice and fun for me. Why did I do cooking? Because I wanted to show that one, a blind person could do it, and two, it was attractive for lots of other people to watch me online doing it. I could have done brain surgery, but not many people would have watched it. Cooking might have been a bit more attractive. So we have to find ways of messaging to all those people, those employers, the governments, the enterprise organizations. We need to find good ways of talking to them in language that they understand, that they're receptive to. And I'm sitting here thinking, I'm haranguing you and being rather firm, and that's not a good way of talking to you. So I apologize. Thank you for listening to me. And I hope that perhaps you will be inspired to look at that potential quarter to a third of your population and think, how could we really utilize them for the good of the whole country? And thank you.
Benny, thank you very, very much. You can see now everyone, and there's a lot of feedback. I guess yes, but really, I can't tell you how much inspiring presentation. And as I said to Janet, we are discussing this as soon as possible. Yes. We have the honor to have you at the university. We will make all the arrangement because I think students, staff, everyone would love to see you face to face.
Yes,
was wonderful. I have two questions for you. The first question: what is your feeling when you get all these prestigious awards? I'm sure the people in the UK and outside this country, they will understand what this means. To be given an OBE is more or less the same. I think it's the same, like Professor Hanan, what you got from the king in Jordan is the highest. The meaning of that OBE is that you really have an impact on your community, on your people, in your country, and so on. So when you walk and get this award, you get honorary degrees, you have people following you on baking. What do you feel? Do you feel proud you have inspired others? Do you feel proud you have made an impact? And the fact you're talking to us now because you have made an impact globally, what do you feel exactly? That's the first question.
I think what I feel is I'm not doing enough. I need to do much, much more. I need to do it more intensely in a bigger environment, and I need to see change. I have been working with one government department for 15 years, and it is drip, drip, drip process. And always with disability, it is a very long, slow process. And you may have realized I'm not the most patient person. So I feel frustrated that I have not achieved more to deserve all the things that people have been kind enough to award me.
I will ask you this last question, but I know this, I don't know if you have noticed it, particularly in London, because I know you live outside London.
Yeah.
But there's something annoyed me, annoyed many people, and whenever we talked about it, people, they agree, Alam, this is annoying. You know, in the bus in London, all the buses, the first two, three seats are clearly labeled there, people with disability or people with special needs and so on. Kids, unfortunately, our own teenage, at the bus, you know, that around 3:30, quarter to 4, you see them sitting on these chairs. That's number one, which I suppose they are very young, 15, 16, very young kids, our own kids here in this country. And number two, when a clearly disabled person or someone in special need needs those chairs, or a very old woman or a man entering the bus from one stop, these kids are still staying there. Sometimes you find yourself, you have to go and say to them, guys, leave these seats. Say, the women here need these seats. And I remember very well, one time I was traveling very late, around 5:30 or 6 o'clock, a train, very busy train from London to Brighton. And I was with, I met a friend there who is actually a senior police officer. So we met in the train. He was going to the same direction. The train was full. And at some point, there was a lady clearly pregnant standing with us. We were standing, very busy train. And there's two gentlemen on that seat next to us where we're standing, sitting there. Very, it looks like 30s or something. Then this police officer, he went to one of them and said, guys, can you please leave your seat for this lady? So my question to you, you are a veteran, you've been in the army, you live a very successful life, very long life, knowing people, engaging with community. Why do you think we as a citizen, as a people, behave like this? And to conclude that, what is your message for people like Alan who are standing, supporting people like you?
I think it is ignorance, and actually it's denial. People find, you know, I showed you those slides today, and I hope that the scale of the number of disabled people in this country, the causes of it are quite new to many people. And people prefer to pretend we don't exist, that we are not there. Having a white stick is a great advantage, not just because I can bang them on the seats, but they can see that we have a disability. But of course, the vast majority of disabilities are hidden. So people have no perspective of the scale of disability in our communities. And so they can go into this denial and pretending. And young people, well, they don't understand because very few of them have disabilities. They have very little exposure to it. They don't understand it. We have to educate them all.
Excellent. And one final word for the people who stand supportive and really helping people like Alan, who's been helping you now. What can you say to these people?
We're very grateful. And actually, we can make your lives better. We can enrich your lives because you get satisfaction. You have partnership, sharing. When I'm guiding disabled people who go through a huge bereavement curve after acquiring a disability, one of the best things that they can do is help other people. And it could be just a phone call, an email, it could actually be practical help, all sorts of things. But as soon as you're thinking about somebody else, your own problems, your own difficulties become into perspective. And actually, you are suddenly taking charge of your life again and moving on. And it's very satisfying.
Thank you very, very much, Benny. And if you say hello to Alan, can we say hello to you on the camera?
Hello.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's a pleasure.
Thank you very much. And we will leave you here, but definitely we're planning to invite you both to come to us. We will see you. And thank you very much for the efforts you have made in making this fantastic, fantastic presentation. Thank you very much. I think we will just say
Bye-bye.
thank you, Alan. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now we're going to go back to the Middle East, to Saudi Arabia. I know some people might say to me, you were already in Abu Dhabi, in Sharjah. You could have just taken a short trip, but we are not, I can assure you, we are not polluting any, we're not producing any CO2, but the nature of this topic, they have to come like this, because you can see the linkage between Dr. Bashir and Dr. Benny's two talks. Now we're going to go to Saudi Arabia, and I'm very pleased, very delighted to really welcome our next speaker, Sheikh Al-Ghurashi, Associate Director for Social Development Planning and Engagement at the Red Sea Global. Red Sea Global is a big organization, big company in the Saudi Arabia, is doing massive transformation project in the kingdom. We're very pleased to get the opportunity to learn more about this organization. And we are very grateful for also last year in Geneva, we listened to a very fantastic talk by Khulud Al-Khalagi. It is also available in our website, where we learn about how big companies or big organizations are really taking social responsibility and sustainability very seriously. And the more you go to the website of the Red Sea Global, the more you discover how seriously they are taking the issue of the environment and green issues, and how to make sure we can conserve and reserve. This is happening in Saudi Arabia. Delighted to have you, Sheda. Her bio also online. And please, as I said, go and read about these people. And the whole idea is to connect with them. The way we design our SDG expert, you don't need to come to me or Janet or anyone. So if you want to contact Bashir, there is a box saying consult or contact. You email her, unless she doesn't reply, which I don't think all these people, they normally respond. The idea is to connect and build bridges. So, Sheda, thank you very much. Number one, if you can kindly unmute. And the talk she's going to talk to us about, it is very interesting, is women leadership in social development, creative value driven impact. And everything is now about impact. And I think let me just make sure I have made you, because I think you have a PowerPoint as well. Where is it? Make you co-host. And so we are looking forward to listen to you. I think you have the access now. You can go ahead, Sheda.
Thank you so much, Dr. Allam, for this opportunity. And thank you also for my colleague Khulud for connecting us. I really appreciate all the work you guys are doing. And I really enjoyed all the previous presentations from respected colleagues. Just give me 1 minute. I would like to share my screen with you. I'm not sure if Dr. Allam, you allowed me to share my screen.
We did, but let me check it again.
Okay.
Where are you here? No, you are a co-host. You are.
Okay, excellent. I think, Dr. Allam, there is something with my Chrome, with my Windows. Let me give it one more time a try.
Shall we go to Alina and
Yes.
come back to you?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
no problem.
Let me.
No problem at all.
Thank you.
Okay, take your time. Yes. Okay. So let me make sure we can switch the co-host. Okay. So let me introduce our next speaker, who is in the last session. and we are getting to close door. I know we've been sitting here from 10 o'clock. Our next speaker, we're going to Italy now. So again, no consumption of no CO2, don't worry. Empowering women in agriculture, training, development, and global impact. And we're really very excited to listen to our next speaker. Fantastic, fantastic. When you read her biography, it got a lot of diverse expertise. Number one, she got a PhD, and she's focusing on sustainable agriculture, which is very important topic for us in sustainability or sustainable development. She's currently a consultant with the International Fund for Agricultural Development, one of the UN associated agencies. We know that very well because Helen came to us. I don't know if you know her. She's one of the senior in the IFAD. She gave a keynote in Bahrain, I remember. IFAD is based in Italy, and she also, so she's a consultant there on sustainable agriculture. And she's also a multi-international award-winning agriculture specialist. She was listed in the top 200 young South African driving change. And she's also a council member of the University of the Free State in South Africa. I remember I met the vice chancellor, fantastic university in South Africa. So we are very pleased, Alina, to give you the floor. Number one, if you can unmute yourself. And now I will give you the co-host and you can share from where you are.
Thank you so much. Am I audible?
We can see you, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon to our global audience. It is a great honor to be here today to discuss an issue that is very close to my heart, which is empowering women in agriculture, simply because women play a very crucial role in agriculture by contributing to food security, rural economies, and household nutrition. And yet they remain under-supported, underfunded, and underrepresented in key decision-making. So today I will discuss how training, investment, and policy changes can create a transformative impact for women in this sector. Research has made it very clear that women are at the heart of agriculture. They provide labor, innovation, and knowledge that helps to sustain food production and rural livelihoods. In many African countries, women are not just farming, but they also help to manage their households in food security. They help to ensure that their families have nutritious meals. And despite of these contributions that these women are making, women still have or lack ownership of land, and they also still lack some resources that they need to be productive. And many do not even have secure land rights, which also helps to which actually hinders them and limits their ability to invest in the long-term improvement. You also realize that a lot of women in these rural areas, they lack access to finance. And this prevents them from focusing on purchasing essential inputs like quality seeds, fertilizers, and also it makes them to not be as efficient as they could be if they had these resources. Closing these gaps will not only help us with the fairness, but it will also help with increasing the productivity, improving food security, and also fostering economic growth in Africa. Investing in women farmers is one of the most effective ways to reduce poverty and hunger. A lot of research has shown that when women have finance, and they have land, and they have modern farming technologies, it helps to increase productivity significantly. So you will realize that if we are to address the gender gap in agriculture, it will help to reduce global food hunger by 150 million people. So if these gender gaps are to be addressed, 150 million people will not suffer from global hunger anymore. And this is simply because women tend to reinvest their earnings or their income into their families. They help to better ensure health of their families, they better education of their kids, and they also put some of their income in nutrition to help for future generations. Supporting female farmers is not just about empowering individuals, because we have just seen that women reinvest their income in bettering the lives of other people. So if we help to empower women, we're not only empowering them, but we're helping to make our economy, to make our communities to be more resilient and stronger. Despite the essential role in agriculture that women face, there's also a lot of challenges that they encounter, such as limited access to credit, financial lack of finance to buy machineries, to buy seeds, to buy fertilizers, to buy irrigation systems. And many women farmers do not own land, which makes it difficult for them to even get funding from government. For example, if you are from South Africa, you will know that if you need funding from government, you need to have land. So if women don't have the rights of the land, then they cannot apply for funding in agriculture, even though they are still farming. So these systematic barriers make it difficult for women to adapt to climate change. And if we were to address these challenges, it will help. We will need to focus more on policy development, bold policy interventions actually, help to increase investment as well. And we should also help with inclusive strategies that will ensure that these farmers receive support that they need to thrive. So through my work in South Africa, I have witnessed firsthand the power of training and capacity building in transforming women's agricultural lives. So we have a nonprofit organization through which we help to train smallholder farmers, especially women in rural areas. Because during my PhD study, I realized that one of the reasons that a lot of farmers are not efficient or they're not growing is because of their lacking skills. And we decided that we should start this nonprofit organization so that we could cater to those needs. However, we realized that training alone is not enough. We must also advocate for policy reforms that will enable to secure land, to access funding, to integrate into profitable agricultural value chains. When women are given the rights to tools, to opportunities, they do not only improve their own lives, but they also strengthen the lives of the communities that they reside in. So you'll realize that IFAD has been instrumental in empowering women in agriculture through the project that they have. So I'm just going to touch on a few projects that they have. For example, they have holistic metrics. They have CADAP that strengthens agricultural research and innovation. And it also ensures women farmers have access to the latest technologies, to the best practices. Also, one of the projects that they also have is the Zero Hunger Project, which helps to ensure that women are central to food security efforts, giving them the tools, the resources to combat malnutrition in their communities. These initiatives collected, they create a stronger and more resilient future for women in agriculture. Now, women should not only be seen as struggling smallholder farmers, but as business leaders in agriculture, because that is who they are. The shift from subsistence farming to agribusiness is very key in this case. We need to visualize women as commercial farmers. And if we do it that way, then we'll help to open a lot of doors for them so that they can have large-scale investment. They can also be considered for export markets so that they can also be considered and be included in policy making. What I'm saying is we must start acting now. Governments must invest in women by providing grants, subsidies, low interest loans. Also, training programs should, try to prioritize on women, ensuring they have access to agricultural extension services, and also make sure that there are more efforts to facilitate market access through cooperatives and export opportunities. Above all of these initiatives that I'm proposing, I believe that policy must change to guarantee that the land rights and the financial inclusion of women in agriculture is ensured. I envision a world where women farmers own their land, they run agribusinesses, and have influence on agricultural policies. So we're not just trying to put women in a bigger table, but what we're doing is we're trying to make sure that their voice is impactful, they are actually heard. Envision a future where African women are leaders in commercial farming enterprises. It's time to move from charity to invest in the woman's success. So growing up, I used to hear a lot of a quote that says, if you want to feed someone, you don't have to give them fish. Instead, you need to train them to teach them how to fish so that they can be able to sustain themselves for a lifetime. However, with my experience, or let me say, with the background where I come from, that doesn't necessarily work. With a lot of developed countries, yes, that can work. But in this case, if we're focusing on smallholder female farmers who do not have resources to fish, even if we can teach them how to fish and they have a lake or a river next to them, as long as they do not have resources, they still cannot fish. What I'm saying is that we don't just need to provide training, but we also have to try to capacitate these smallholder farmers with fishing kit, which is investment of inputs that they need to be productive. So last thought before I leave would be that let's remember that empowering women in agriculture is the key to feeding the world. Thank you so much for having me today.
Thank you very much, very much, Shalina. Very informative and nice presentation. And thank you very much for putting this together. Really wonderful. And we are grateful for you making the efforts. Let me just make sure I can check on Sheda. Are you ready, or we will continue and come back to you?
Yes, I'm ready. I'll give it a try with another browser.
Don't worry. Yeah, we will give you the chance now. If it doesn't work, we'll come back again. So the floor is yours, Sheda.
Can you see my screen now?
Not yet.
I'm not sure you can see my window.
Now I think the screen is coming. Excellent. Just make it bigger and start. Yeah.
Great. Now it's full screen.
Just 1 second. I think it's coming up. Yeah. Did you press on the show screen, the big one? Just make it bigger. Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's you can see it now, right?
We see it, but it's still not bigger. I don't know why. Not full screen. Make it again, maybe.
View, and I'll do it.
So if you go down, yeah, this one.
Yeah.
Still not. I'm not quite sure. Why it's not happening for you? It will just be, it will look better for your video once we finish and the screen will be bigger.
Now I use the presenter mode. I hope it's clear.
Okay, try. It's showing, it's not showing the big size.
Now it's big, right?
Not yet.
I'm not
Sorry,
sure
but,
why.
I hope to bring you the good news, but it's still not.
Trying to fit it to screen.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll go ahead.
Go ahead with it.
I think it's
time, yes.
So thank you so much for having me today. My name is Shada Al-Qurashi, and I represent the RITSI Global. It's one of the Giga projects in Saudi Arabia. We are a real estate developer. My work is with the social development team. I work in planning and engagement as an associate director. And my topic today is women leadership in social development and the creative value-driven impact that we look for in the RITSI. So the RITSI Global is the developer behind the RITSI project and Amala. They are two ambitious tourism destinations alongside the northwest coast of Saudi Arabia. These destinations will play key roles in the realization of Vision 2030 to modernize and to diversify the economy of Saudi Arabia away from a more sustainable economy, and it's the Kingdom Blueprint for Economic Diversification and Sustainable Development. So our scope in the social development team is to plan and implement the social aspect of sustainability.
I'm really sorry to disturb you, but the slides are not moving. Now they're moving, yeah?
Now they're moving. Okay.
Sorry about it.
Okay. So the scope of the social development team is to plan and to implement the social development aspect of sustainable development by mitigating the negative impact of the development, especially on local communities, as well as making positive impact alongside the RITSI. I'm not sure, Dr. Alam, you see my slides? Or?
We lost it, but
it's yeah. Now you can see it, I guess.
Not yet. Yes, by the way, do you see where is this show? You can try slideshow or play from the start. Maybe it will work, they said.
From the...
Oh, now he's getting confused with the desktop. Can you maybe stop sharing and reshare again? Because it's now bringing the desktop and... Don't worry, just take your time.
I'm not sure it's why it's jumping to the...
Now, yes, can you click on maybe show screen? Show, for example, it can bring you a better chance.
But now you can see the presentation, right?
You can see it now. Yes, go to your... Yeah, we can see it, yeah.
Now it's changing the slides? Okay,
yes,
excellent.
Go ahead.
Excellent. So I'm in the slide of the social development scope, back again to it. So just to implement our social development strategy, which aims to mitigate some of the impact on the local community, as well as making positive impact in order to obtain the social license to operate for us as a real estate developer. We also would like to establish a social infrastructure that celebrates the local culture, bridge the local community gaps, and also promote social principles. We also would like to fulfill the national and international standards of sustainability and hopefully make it also visible to the local community and engage with them and enable them to contribute to our development of the destination offerings and the destination as a whole. because if it's a tourism destination, so we really have to work very collaboratively with the local community to provide their culture to our destination guests. I'll go quickly through our social development strategy. With our strategy, we have 3 pillars, which I will talk about in details later. But when we first started working with the local community, so this is Dr. Allama and the team. Can you guys see the map on the right?
Yes, the map is clear. Yes, we can see it.
The green one, yes.
Green
So
one,
this is actually the destination of the Red Sea, where we have the development. It's a huge space. It's the size of Belgium, and we have so many resorts that's being developed in this area. And when we started back in 2021 as a social development team, we conducted the social and economic and cultural baseline assessment to understand more about the local communities surrounding our development. And we generated 12 reports. It describes in detail the socioeconomic current status of the local community. And we have also the cultural report. We have different reports from this study that will help us in the future develop our programs, conceptualize our programs, identify the gaps where we can help and support the local community, where we can influence the change, and where we can also collaborate with the local community. The participants in this research, over 2,200 community members. We had a database of pictures and documents, and we also have 32 hours of videography content as a result of this research. And of course, the field of the study is the social, economic, and culture. We also have the social development strategy, which I will just give you a brief about it. We have three main pillars in our strategy, which is the socioeconomic empowerment and the community and cultural engagement, as well as the evaluation and monitoring. In the socioeconomic empowerment, we develop, under this pillar, we develop so many programs for our local communities based on our study, including the Souk Amira, where we renovated and conducted a regular souk in our project area, in one of the nearby cities of our project area. And we also have several programs that open socioeconomic opportunities for the small and medium enterprises, for also the women craftsmen in the area, and also for the women artisans. We have the Red Sea Made, which focuses on also the craftsmen and women in the area. We have a specific culinary program to empower also the locals to share their culture. And here we are targeting definitely the local women in the area. We also have several programs, like, for example, the job training and placement and the English for tourism. These are programs that focus on building the bridge and preparing the youth to join the job market in the tourism industry in the area, which is new to the area, actually. And also we have, it's very important to mention that the English for Tourism program, it's a 6-month training targeting the local youth, and over 80% of this program participants are women. We actually opened for everybody, but we had the privilege to have 80% of the participants are women. We also have developed an app to communicate with the local community. So it's called Jiwar, and the word Jiwar in Arabic means being a good neighbor, from Husn al-Jiwar. So this app, actually, we post all the opportunities, the job opportunities, the souks, the opportunities for the small and medium enterprises, any announcements and communication that we want to make with the local community. We communicate. It's a two-way communication with the local community. Jiwar app is, we have over 20,000 active subscription in Jiwar app, and it's a great tool to communicate with our local community, especially women. And we also have the Ritzy Foundation that we are currently working to develop, and the social development sponsorships as well. And the community cultural engagement, we have the cultural sport, the cultural map, and the volunteering program, which also have a lot of female volunteers, and we're very honored to have a lot of our programs target both genders, but we usually end up with a high participation of female as well. And the evaluation and monitoring is actually focused on monitoring and evaluating all of our programs along the way. We have a sample of key projects to safeguard the cultural heritage of the area, and I want to close with these two projects. We identified the craft of building the boats in the area, and we renovated 13 traditional boats in collaboration with the local community, and we also actually revived the classic Ritzy race in our area, and the women participation in these two projects. Actually, the craft itself is basically focused on male craftsmen, but the female craftsmen also, they work in the textile industry, they work in weaving, and they also make the sado making in the local community and the local culture. That's it from the Ritzy Global from my end, and then just want to conclude with sharing that in the social development team, 10 out of 19, so it's like 50% of our team are female as well, and most of us are in leadership positions. Thank you so much, Dr. Alim, for this opportunity, and thank you for you guys as well.
Thank you very much. That really fantastic presentation. And actually, you end up with a very positive note, which is I'm just about to ask you. I have seen that by my own eyes, and even last year we had a fantastic presentation. Is available in the website by Dr. Luyen Al-Hogel from King Saud University, the Faculty of Law. She really gave outstanding presentation about the huge increase in the number of women participating or working now in Saudi Arabia. But in terms of social development, if there's any particular thing, I don't want to say why more women are interested. I mean, we met Khulud last year in Geneva. Now we met you, and I can see the passion in both of you. I remember Khulud. If there's any particular thing attracted you to this particular area of work, like social, corporate social responsibility, impact. Impact is a very important way, particularly the projects you are engaged with is very big. If there's any, do you like the project, or do you like, where is this connection between women and impact is coming from?
For me, actually, like my personal perspective, I think my whole career, I started with Saudi Aramco working in public relations. So I joined the Ritzy as a content developer with the public relations team. But then when they established the social development and they approved the social development strategy, and I joined the social development team, I loved identifying the gaps within our local community and coming up with a value-driven approach, how we can bridge these gaps, how we identify the problem and conceptualize a project that will try to solve the problem, or at least part of the problem. So, for example, when the Ritzy first came to the area, the northern area of Saudi Arabia, most of the public were government employees. They don't have any big projects, giga projects in the area. It's not like Riyadh, it's not like Jeddah, it's very small cities, very small towns. So the job opportunities are really not that much. So in order for them to join the job market in the tourism industry and to work in the Ritzy destination and the Ritzy resorts, we had to bridge the gap, and we had to train them to work in an international setting. So that's why we established the English for Tourism program, to train them, because none of them spoke English. So for me personally, what attracted me to work in the social is trying to be part of the solution.
Oh, very nice conclusion. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and all the best. And
thank you so
much. Best wishes to Khulud and all your colleagues there. So we have 2 remaining flights before we end up with Janet to give you the good news about the winners of this year awards. We're going to go to Iraq. There is a big ambitious project at the University of Anbar. We're very pleased. We're going to listen to it, and then we will fly finally to Madagascar, and then we come back to Janet. So now we're going to listen to Dr. Ilham Abdul Karim. She's an assistant professor in oral and maxillofacial surgery, oral and maxillofacial surgery department, College of Dentistry, the same like our school here in London. And she's also the managing editor, Journal of Oral and Dental Research, and head of quality assurance at the university and university assessment at Anbar University. I would say a few things about this university. The university is very ambitious. Last week, we had a meeting with the Vice Chancellor, Professor Mushtaq, and all the team at the university. I said to them that in the meeting, I have never met a university team so ambitious, so keen to transform, to change. And they told me this. And the topic we're going to listen to, I have just seen the slide, but it's quite ambitious to make Anbar University, which is one of the biggest universities in Iraq, a green oasis. And Dr. Ilham is going to talk to us about towards green, sustainable university city. Fantastic work. I have to say, this university is really moving quite fast in terms of changing, transforming, engaging, and that's why it's falling very nicely with the wording of community. So, Dr. Ilham, thank you very much for joining us. If I can ask you kindly to unmute, and I will make you co-host so you can share your slide. And it's a real pleasure, really, to have you all the way from Iraq. One of our key top professors here in this country, Professor Diya Al-Jumaili, is a top professor expert, OBE as well, by the Queen, for his work on artificial intelligence, who is advising the Prime Minister of Iraq. So we really hear a lot of fantastic top-class research from Iraq or from outside Iraq. So the floor is yours, and you can go ahead, Dr. Ilham.
Sorry, just a minute.
Fantastic.
Good morning and good afternoon to all. It is happy International Women's Day, and it's such a pleasure to me to share with you today about the topic. It's about the towards a green university city, University of Anbar, a green oasis. I'm Dr. Ilham Hazim Abdul Karim. I'm from University of Anbar and from College of Dentistry, Department of Oral and Maxillofacial Surgery Department. As you know, Iraq is rich in natural resources, but so we all faces challenges is sustainable resource management. So there is an urgent need for plans and programs to manage natural resources conceptions and to promote sustainability. Sustainability is a critical topic today, and all universities around the world play a key role in raising awareness about environment impact and shortage of resources. So the University of Anbar mission is to become a top of academic institution in the region and beyond is evident through its focus on authenticity and educational quality and high quality of research and community involvement, in addition to the women and men equality. And one of the key initiatives in this pursuit is the establishment of Sustainable Development Unit in University of Anbar. So firstly, the University of Anbar commitment established a Sustainable Development Unit, which is reflect the university commitment to fostering sustainable practices and making a positive impact on its surrounding community. As you know, in 2014, the University of Anbar faced significant damage to its infrastructures and buildings, demolished all its facilities and the green spaces during terrorist activities in Anbar province. So the University of Anbar retained to set its plans and define its policies to include all objectives that have a direct impact on the local area that surround the university. The university is committed to rebuilding and rehabilitation its facilities and green spaces, and enhancing the green spaces and outdoors areas to create a comfortable and socially interactive environment for academic staff and students. And in September 22, University of Anbar, and represented by the president of university, Professor Dr. Mushtaq Talib Saleh Nida, he launched a project which is called the University of Anbar A Green Oasis. So the aim of this project is to enhance the green spaces or increase the green spaces and outdoors area to create a comfortable, socially interactive environment for academic staff and students. And this effort of university, which is alignment with the objectives of university and alignment with the Iraqi Ministry of Higher Education visions for friendly student university environment. And also, the aims of this project is to transfer University of Anbar to be a green spaces and combines with high quality of research, high quality of educations, and community involvement, in addition to equality between women and men at the university. So the first goals of University of Anbar project, Green Oasis project, it is number one, infrastructure and green building. The University of Anbar buildings are designed on well-considered foundation that adhere to environmentally friendly standard, relying on natural lighting for all facilities and ventilation. This is achieved through large numerous windows that allow sunlight to enter to the buildings. Number two goals, which is afforestation, greening, and combating desertification. So the University of Anbar, to achieve these goals, it is to try to plant or increase numbers of area of green spaces in the university, on the university campus. And the university has launched an afforestation campaign, which is aimed to increasing green spaces on campus and contributing to fight against desertification. Of course, this is the afforestation campaign. It's not for increasing green spaces, but also it is about the practicing and encouraging students and involving them to create environment friendly, and also to allow students to increase awareness and attention about the impact of environment, and also to reduce to sustainability, and also to manage the resources. And for renewable energy or clean energy, the University of Anbar is installed solar panel and being installed on building to provide electricity to the university, and also installed wind turbines for generating clean energy and utilizing wind as a secondary source or clean energy. For water management, and to achieve these goals, the University of Anbar, it is established a water harvesting system in several buildings to collect, which is mechanism is to collect rainwater and used for irrigation gardens and green spaces. Additionally, the roof of water tanks in this system can be utilized, as you've seen in this picture. It has shown highly encouraging results within the community around the university, as it can significantly contribute to achieving the sustainable development goals by conserving water and increasing green space, thereby reducing the impact of emissions and global warming. And for waste recycling goal, the university has established a working mechanism through construction and project center and computer center. They are worked together to collect aluminium, metals, and electronic waste, respectively. The university has also circulated the need to reduce the paper by and rely more on electronic service, such as usage of PDF, emails, smartboard, and data display screens. And also they installed a screen, a display screen, or installed around the corridors and in the building of universities and colleges. It is for about for sharing news and for display posters, awareness posters for student and academic staffs, and also for awareness and sharing news. The university has also encouraged recycling and how to collect waste such as paper, letters, plastics, and cans in special boxes. So for education equality goals, the University of Anbar is working on implementing training courses and workshops, and also holding conferences regionally and internationally, seminars, webinars, lectures, to spread awareness about promoting a culture of equality, development, and continuous improvement in the academic performance of the university and its various colleges. The University of Anbar has also developed capability of teaching staff and students by participating in courses and workshops to advance the scientific reality and to provide advanced educational environment. And the University of Anbar believes that obtaining a good education enables people to escape poverty and helps people everywhere to live healthier and more sustainable life. The University of Anbar also conducted a training program courses for all academic staff and for students and for alumni to improvement of academic performance of university and its various colleges. And also the University of Anbar is support research. Now we will go to the equal between women and men. The University of Anbar advocates for full equality between women and men at works to eliminate all legal, social, and economic barriers that stop women from participating and contributing to the university and society as a whole. So, for example, in our country, women receive wages equal to those of men without any disparity. And also the involvement of women in senior position within the University of Anbar. There is number of senior position in University of Anbar. There is a dean and also assistant administrative at University of Anbar. There is a magazine called University Women Magazine, issued and published by the University of Anbar. On the other hand, there are more female students than male students, with women representing 58% of the total student population. In conclusion, this project meets sustainable development goals and improvement, collaboration, education equality, gender equality, green oases, nature reserves, and water harvesting, clean energy, water recycling, and waste recycling, and healthy and well-being. And the project enhanced the university reputation around in Arab and around region and around the region and internationally or the global. By promoting sustainable practices, energy efficiency, emission reduction, and effective waste management. And let me share with you the University Global Ranking on Sustainable Development. Some of achievement of University of Anbar. Number one, the University of Anbar ranked first among Iraqi university, and number 141 in the world in Indonesian green metric in 2023. So the University of Anbar conducted 2,552 published papers by researchers of university, which is related to the Sustainable Development Goals. And most of 844 documents related to good health and well-being have been published in Scopus. Thank you. You are welcomed by the University of Anbar. Thank you very much for your attention and for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much, Suhan. Thank you very much. We really appreciate it. And we also very much enjoyed listening and learning from University of Anbar. As I said earlier, it's a huge university. I think what I have seen so far is remarkable. And we are very keen. We are looking at this now, really, to try to give or select Anbar University to be featured in one of our series about university in focus. Because what I have seen really from the Vice Chancellor, Professor Mushtaq, and all the leaders in the university, you are so committed. And I think by showing cases like this, which we're going to share across the Arab or African countries, seeing a university actually in Iraq now doing all this work, I think I really like all the issues you have mentioned. Thank you very much for your time. I really appreciate it. Well done. Thank you very much, Dr. Ilham. Now, we're going to our last, not least, presentation from Madagascar. I just wanted to make sure, because I know Julia said she will be speaking at a government conference before us. Julia, are you on the Zoom? Because I'm trying to find where are you? Can you show me by your hand? Can you show me by raising the hand? I can't see here. I'm trying to find out. Please accept me or accept my apology if I can't find the name here. I'm just trying, I'm looking at the names. But if you can see, Julia, if you can, Velo, Julia, if you can raise your hand. I'm trying to see everyone here. Can you see her, Janet, somewhere? I'm reading as much as I can. So if you are, please, I know she told us already, she will be in, because she worked for the Ministry of Fishery and the government is having a big conference, but she said she will join us after 1 o'clock. So I can't see here really, I'm looking at the pages. So I think what we should do to make sure we can actually make the best of the time, we can go to the final stage of the conference, and then if Julia joined us anytime, we will give her the chance to present after the announcement of the most for the Women Awards. Now, I think that's finished my part. I think in WSD normally, men take the easy tasks, the easy job, and we give the difficult and challenging job to the women. So the big task now is for Janet. It's a big task. I did the easy part. So I think this is, I'm really pleased, as I said earlier, to see the wide range of participants and to reach out to many women submitting, whether they that the award is receiving a lot of attention. And most importantly, we started this last year. This is the second year. We're thinking of more of even enhancing this award because it comes from the grassroots. People recommend, nominate. Janet will talk about this one. So I'm going to give you the floor now, Janet. Let me just make sure you are unmuted and you are. So Janet is going to talk to us about the whole award process. And also we want this process, this award to be progress for the following years. And then she, at the end of her presentation, she will announce it. Of course, I know I learned about it very last night, but she will announce it, and we're all going to learn who are the successful winners and those who manage to be evaluated in the eyes of the judge. So, Janet, the floor is yours. I will stop here.
Right. Thank you. I don't have any slides, but I do have notes in front of me, so I'm hoping you can see me. And apologies for the poor picture quality. I actually sit in a south-facing room, so I'm trying to not block out the sun too much. Okay, so just thank you to everyone for attending WASD International Women's Day Conference. Thank you also to our presenters. Presentations this year fitting with the UN's overall theme of for all women and girls, rights, equality, empowerment. Presentations have covered many topics: mental and physical health, gender equality and empowerment, women in research, women in times of war,
disability and sustainable development, social development, agriculture, and green sustainability. They have given us much to think about. Our Women of Achievement Awards have again attracted nominations from many different areas of sustainability, countries, and walks of life. We are delighted to have received nominations for so many deserving women. We asked for nominations and distributed all the information to our networks, asking people to forward on to their own networks. The information distributed included links to the online nomination forms and a strict closing date. Although we are sure there will be many...
I'm trying to share. Is the share clear for you?
Okay.
I'm not sure.
What, do that so I can see what's happening there. Okay, how are we doing? Okay, yes, we can see bits. We just need to have the individual ones, I think, Hallam.
Oh, yes, no, but I mean, I'm just trying to help you by sharing from here.
Okay, that's brilliant. Yeah. Okay. Right, let's go. Oops. Yeah, so we, though we are sure there would be many, many more nominations than we actually received, we only included those nominations received on the official nomination forms and by the closing date. We have to be fair to everybody, and if we took them, we were even asking for nominations as late as yesterday morning. We can't do it. It has to be a strict closing date. So after the closing date, all the nominations were reviewed by a totally independent panel of judges. And I think Alan has a slide showing our judges. There were 8 panelists in total, and each was sent a selection of the nominations that we received and asked for their comments and marks on them. We are very grateful to all of them for giving up their valuable time and to review the nominations and give us their valued comments. Without them, we could not do this award ceremony. So thank you so much. Each nomination was sent to 2 judges and their results averaged to give our FONA totals. And the results again this year were very close, with only 2 or 3 marks separating most of the nominees. As with all competitions, there has to be a winner. Although our winners should take everything for their contributions to life and sustainability, while our runners-up should not think that they have lost. They also contribute greatly to our world and should be proud of their separate achievements. Nominees were awarded marks for the most impact on sustainable development, specific outstanding contribution, exceptional leadership, and commitment, and that is personally, locally, nationally, or internationally, and then an overall contribution. There were 100 marks available overall, and our top 2 award winners received 93 and 92 marks respectively, so very, very close. So I'm hoping everybody is listening still. I know 1 or 2 have had to leave us. And on to the awards themselves. 2 things here. As with all things, I will apologise for pronunciation. I know that I do not speak Arabic, but I will do my best here. Also, a few days ago, there was a competition that the BBC ran called 500 Words, and it's for children to write 500-word stories. And they read very, very small parts of the stories. And I wanted to say, why can't you read all of it? And when I started reading the nomination forms, I had to take out a very, very small part from the nomination to read here. And I understand from Alan, if it's correct, Alan, they're all available online so people can read them. But this is just a small part of the nomination forms. So our first award is for Outstanding Early Career Achievement. And this goes to Samira Hussain, a teaching assistant at Nile University, and a small part from her nomination form. Dr. Samira is a dedicated and passionate teaching assistant in the Department of Pharmacy, Practice and Clinical Pharmacy at Nile University. Born with a congenital disability, she is an inspiring example of resilience and determination. As a young and promising researcher, Dr. Samira co-founded the Mycetoma Young Researchers Association at the Mycetoma Research Centre, University of Khartoum. And from her nominee, Dr. Samira's impact on me has been profound. Her commitment, enthusiasm, and unwavering dedication to her goals are truly inspiring. She has an exceptional ability to create positive change, even in the most difficult circumstances. Her confidence, resilience, and agility became particularly evident in the aftermath of the war in Sudan. Despite the challenges brought on by such a difficult situation, Samira quickly adapted and took action, demonstrating her unwavering commitment to work and community. Her ability to navigate through adversity while maintaining focus on her goals speaks volumes about her character and determination. The Mycetoma Centre has been in existence for over 33 years, taking a proactive role in addressing this issue by ensuring a continuous free supply of medication for patients. When war broke out in Khartoum in April 23, the conflict led to the destruction of much of the city's infrastructure, including critical services such as healthcare, education, and security. Like many other establishments in the region, the MRC's facilities were severely damaged and looted. But amidst the chaos, Dr. Samira rose to the challenge, once again displaying her unwavering commitment. So many congratulations, our Outstanding Early Career Achievement Award winner. The next award I have here is for Outstanding Career Achievement, and this goes to Mahar Jamil at Qanat College for Women in Pakistan. And from her nomination form, my nominee has significantly contributed to advancing the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals through her leadership in education, women's empowerment, and youth development. Her most impactful achievement lies in her strategic alignment with SDG 4, quality education, particularly through her role at Qanat College. She has implemented numerous programs designed to provide women with high-quality academic and vocational training, fostering leadership skills and empowering young women to excel in professional fields. My nominee has profoundly impacted me personally through her unwavering commitment to empowerment and leadership development. As a mentor and role model, she has inspired me to pursue my own goals with confidence and determination. Her dedication to promoting gender equality and youth engagement has encouraged me to become an advocate for these causes, pushing me to take on leadership roles in my own community. Dr. Mahar has demonstrated exceptional leadership through her vision, commitment, and ability to inspire others. As the director at Qanat College for Women, she has implemented transformative educational programs that prioritize women's empowerment and skill development. Through her involvement with the Prime Minister's Youth Programme, Dr. Mahar has contributed to national development, empowering young people, and advancing gender equality. She has worked alongside various organisations to implement skill development programs aimed at empowering young women, particularly in underprivileged areas of Pakistan. Her work has extended to fostering youth leadership and civic engagement through the Prime Minister's Youth Programme, organising youth forums and discussions across Pakistan, and encouraging young people to actively participate in nation building. So again, many congratulations to Mahar, a well-deserved award. The next award, you will notice me smiling because I can imagine what this lady is going to say to me when she speaks to me on the phone later, is the Lifetime Achievement Award, and is awarded to Penny Melville Brown, Disability Dynamics. Dr. Penny Melville Brown joined the Royal Navy in her mid-20s, was one of 8 women commanders and the first woman naval barrister. After a 20-year naval career, Penny had to leave the Navy when she lost her sight. She then created Disability Dynamics to help other disabled people get back to work. She has had nearly 20 years of intense job satisfaction working with disabled people and the British government. Penny and I reconnected quite by chance when her niece became a neighbour. We were put in touch and I looked up on her website to see what she'd been doing in the 50+ years since we'd last met. And I was astounded. She is very obviously so capable, she puts many able-bodied people to shame. If life throws something at her, she dodges it and comes back with something else. Recently elected as chairman of her local Beekeepers Association, I've no doubt she will add to her considerable input and the association will go from strength to strength. Since leaving the Navy, Penny has set up her own website, has her own blogs, gives cookery lessons online and in person, has written a cookery book for which she travelled the world to collect the recipes, was awarded an OBE for services to the disabled, survived near-fatal accidents, but has still retained a sense of humour and does the public speaking route with honesty and aplomb. A true inspiration. So well done, Penny. It was great to get in touch with you again. Right. The next to last award is for our first runner-up. Anybody who is not actually getting a named award will receive runner-up certificates, and we'll make sure that we send those on to you as soon as possible after. Okay. So our first runner-up, as you can see from Alam there, goes to Dr. Amil Khalil at the University of Cordovan Peace and Development Center. In addition to the excerpts from her nomination form, which I'll read in a minute, we must point out that Dr. Amil Khalil has carried on her outstanding work while being in a war zone in Sudan. Training and raising awareness on issues related to peace, conflict resolution, civic education, and societal harmony, addressing gender issues and promoting gender equality, tackling gender-based violence and harmful practices such as child marriage and female genital mutilation. Dr. Amel is my role model. She made a significant impact on my life, especially during the war. She provided opportunities for young people to be creative and channel positive energy. She was a great supporter and mentor to us. I worked with her and learned a lot from her in the field of peace building and raising community awareness. Today, I have gained a wealth of knowledge and skills through her, which enable me to bring change to my community. Dr. Amel is a remarkable example of exceptional leadership that inspires those around her and reflects creativity and excellence. During times of crisis, such as the war, she demonstrated an extraordinary ability to understand the challenges of the moment and turn them into opportunities. She created an environment that encouraged young people to express their ideas and unleash their positive energy in service of the community. Dr. Amel's leadership has had a profound impact at the personal, local, and national levels, especially in the challenging context of the ongoing war in Sudan. Her leadership has been a source of inspiration and motivation for many individuals who had the opportunity to work with her. At a local level, Dr. Amel's leadership has raised awareness about the importance of peace and collective action. She has empowered young people and women in war-affected villages and cities, creating local initiatives that promote community stability and cohesion. At a national level, Dr. Amel's leadership has been a beacon of hope. Her work in peace building and community development has highlighted the importance of national unity and collective effort to rebuild the country. So again, many, many congratulations. And on to our overall winner for this year. And the winner is Alina Siapane, and from her nomination form. Alina has significantly contributed to sustainable development, particularly in agriculture and food security, aligning with several sustainable development goals. Her work and initiatives demonstrate a profound commitment to creating a more sustainable and equitable world. Over the years, Alina has trained more than 400 smallholder farmers, providing them with essential skills and knowledge to improve their farming practices. Alina has been actively involved in promoting climate-smart agricultural practices. Her work involves advocating for and implementing strategies that help farmers adapt to changing climate conditions while reducing greenhouse gas emissions. During her time on campus, Alina led various projects that directly benefited students, including myself. She played a pivotal role in the production of vegetables and fruit, ensuring that students in need had access to nutritious food. Her leadership in the No Student Hungry project demonstrated her commitment to addressing food insecurity on campus. As a member of the Student Representative Council, Alina led over 32,000 students at the University of the Free State, ensuring their voices were heard and their needs addressed. Her leadership extended to the Postgraduate Council, where she served as chairperson, advocating for postgraduate students' rights and support. Alina's leadership provided essential support during my time as a student. Through her initiatives like producing vegetables and fruit for students in need, I received vital nutrition that helped me focus on my studies. Locally, Alina's leadership at the University of the Free State has been transformative. As a member of the Student Representative Council, she represented over 32,000 students, ensuring their voices were heard and their needs addressed. Her role as chairperson further demonstrated her dedication to student welfare. Nationally, Alina's influence is recognised through her nomination by Mail and Guardian as one of South Africa's top 200 young South Africans driving change. This prestigious acknowledgement highlights her significant contributions to agricultural development and food security in South Africa. Internationally, Alina's work with the International Fund for Agricultural Development has been notable. Her exceptional performance led to a promotion, reflecting her impactful contributions. She has collaborated on projects with the University of Namibia, such as the SHIP project, which involved vaccination and measuring livestock, showcasing her ability to work effectively across borders. So congratulations to all our prize winners and runners-up. And my finishing remarks. So many congratulations to our nominees and prize winners. Thank you again to everyone for spending time today in joining our conference, and we'll see you again next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Janet, bringing all this good news, and it's all good news, even those who are not winners. They are winners because they have been shortlisted. This competition, I'm very proud of it because we don't even get involved. It's very different. You need to convince, like your PhD. You will get 2 examiners, read your profile, assess you, and then you stand in front of them and you have to convince them. And this is exactly what happened here. The people, because I've been told the judge, the screen was not very clear. Let me just show you again, because I've been told at the time I start sharing, the screen was not very clear. Okay. Now I can show you. So you can see we don't involve in this competition at all. We just facilitate it. But this is the people who judge this year. Every year they change depending on their availability. And we select them based on many long background. And I don't want to go through them one by one, but you can go online and look at their CVs. Professor Dalia Kamil from Egypt, Professor Emilia from SOAS, School of Oriental Studies and African Studies, University of London, Law, Dalia is in Faculty of Medicine. Professor Hanan Malkawi, top scientist in Jordan, I think graduate of California. Dr. Hala Abu Arraj, she's the registrar of Idaho State University in the US. Dr. Randa Diab, she's a well-known woman in Arab countries for sustainability and role of youth. Professor Suhair Hamad Al-Nil from University College London, first urogynecology professor in this university, which is the top in this country. Fantastic Dr. Lujain Al-Hokel from Saudi Arabia, King Saud University. King Saud University is the top university in the entire Arab region, not in Saudi Arabia, the entire Arab region. She's a graduate of Canada, top young scientist really in the Faculty of Law. And from our fantastic Dr. Joyce Cabelli from Brazil, she's leading a big national institute for sustainability. So you can see the wide spread from medicine to innovation to sustainability to law and so on. And also the diversity of these women who have made it big. So they judge each of these candidates twice, and then they will be average. And as Janet said earlier, correct me if I'm wrong, Janet, between the winner overall and the first runner is only 1 mark. Am I right?
1 mark.
1 mark. Imagine between the top Alina and the runner-up, 1 mark. But it's very important to recognize all of them. Again, the stories, and we are talking. We need Janet is one of the best editor I have seen in my life. But I'm sure Janet will come with brilliant idea how to feature them in articles. And the idea, we're going to publish them in a proper article to have a DOI, so they will go to Elsevier as an article. So the recognition of those ladies, it will be in a proper article. It will stay there, but as a scientific contribution. Secondly, there is others who were not the winner, but they have been doing fantastic work, like Khulud, Shadha, Manal, and others, many. The list is all available, very transparent. There is much we're going to come back to these ladies. There is much we want to do. And one thing to mention, Dr. Fathia, because we have to be very, we have to make our award very credible. Dr. Fathia, which is doing fantastic work in Sudan, she was not entered into the competition because no one submit her for her. But we still managed, we did our best to bring her on board. We're going to work very close with her and people like Suhair and others, the doctors, to see what can WSD do. And just to bring you, I've never met, the only person I met actually of the whole people being nominated is Khulud. But all those who got the prize, Samira, Alina, who else? All these people, I have never met them in my life. Janet hadn't met them. Yes, we only met, what her name? Jamil from Pakistan. So I think we congratulate them. And we're also very delighted. They bring us connection with some university. Just give you example. Samira, when you read her story, it's a fantastic story. She's from University of the Nile University. And I remember, if you remember, Janet, the vice chancellor or the founder, he came and gave a talk. Professor Adhen Karrar, if I am correctly remember, 2022, distinguished professor came. We are pleased, but that didn't. We got a nomination. It ended up to be from that university. He came to us in London. He got a fantastic keynote in Queen Mary University of London. The other institute she belonged to, Al-Mycetoma Research Center, which is without any doubt is #1 in the entire world doing research in mycetoma. And I can tell you a story. I didn't find time to speak about this. Last 2 weeks ago, I think 10 days ago, in my office, I got a visit, organized visit, big meeting with the leading data analytics from Elsevier. And they came to my office, top scientists doing data analytics, to convince us to engage. We're going to have sooner, not later, a partnership between WSD and Elsevier and Scopus working on this data analytics, because they know how important we take this seriously. We want to bring the scientists from the global south. And in my office in Queen Mary, I said to Vishal, one of the data analytics there, I said to him, let me test the product you are convincing me it is fantastic, called SciVal. And he said to me, okay, test me. And I said to him, can you tell me about a topic called mycetoma? This is true story, by the way. I'm telling you, have been with Elsevier. And he looked into his laptop, and he put mycetoma, and he said to me, yes, what do you want to know? I said to him, tell me, because I know mycetoma research center, Professor Fahal led this institute, is become #1 in the entire world, in the University of Khartoum. He immediately and he brought mycetoma research center, and this is where is the breaking news. I'm going to give you a breaking news today. He said, the research of mycetoma worldwide, I can tell you, Alam, and I can tell you the funding every year. I said, okay, tell me worldwide. Who is the leader worldwide in the research of mycetoma? And guess what? Sudan come #1 and United States come #2. And this has been the argument we've been making in WSD. A research center in Sudan, the country is now being torn by war into pieces, is leading the world in terms of research on mycetoma. Second is the United States. So mycetoma, or Sudan in general as a country in this particular field, is the head of the United States, is the head of the United Kingdom, is the head of the whole world. So this can give you the proof scientists in developing countries can lead this world. So then we move to another place, the other winner. Alina, I met the Vice Chancellor of the University of Reed, and I know it's a fantastic university, but the work you read is fantastic. And then you go to the Prime Minister office. Yes, they're doing fantastic work. So we are really grateful, and we would like to encourage and continue on this collaboration. But then you go to Kordofan, and Janet mentioned that. I will be contacting the CARA, which is big organization looking after scientists, researchers during war, and to see what we can do, not just particularly with this scientist or this researcher, but if you look at the videos, at the amount of work they have been doing at the University of Kordofan in a war zone, like Janet used the word before, she said, Dr. Benny, her remarkable work and commitment to do things make you, the able person, feel ashamed of yourself. If you look to what is happening at this University of Kordofan, you will feel no matter what you do here in London, you are doing nothing, really, compared with these people. Now, I don't want to talk long, but this is what is the plan. There is going to be a comprehensive package of really giving these women, the 5 of them, plus the 5 of last year. We're looking for funding to let them lead a project of change on behalf of WSD. So Maha, Alina, all those people, even from last year, we want to empower them by giving them the chance to change this world. We want them to connect to others. And there is much to come. And one of the things we're thinking of, for example, just one example, this is for you, Benny. One of the things we're going to fix or to do quickly, I can tell you now, Benny, with commitment from WSD. Where are you, Benny? I can't see you here, but Benny, we're going to rebuild and establish your entire website from scratch. We're going to help you with everything. We got a fantastic team of graphic designer, web designers, everything. So we're going to help each one of those women directly on really making a big change. So for Benny, we want to really support this. I know people might say this is easier because she's in the UK. Yes, but in the UK, we want to really give full support to our Benny because we can see there is much we can do for her website. There is much we can do for her communication. Plus, we will then go step by step. In Alina's case in South Africa or Africa, there is a lot of work we need to do. In the Sudan case with Kordofan University, there's a lot of to do with Pakistan. I now need to stop and give chance, maybe briefly 1 or 2 minutes to those winners. Now, the first one, Janet, is Dr. Samira Hussein, right?
Hold on.
Yes, Samira, very nice to see you. If this is correct, this is you, right?
Yes. Yes.
So, #1, congratulations, and I'm really pleased to see you. Maybe tell us in 2 minutes the things Janet didn't mention, what made you so strong. Janet mentioned as much as she could, but as Janet said, there is a lot we could have said about you. Can you tell us in 2 minutes? Tell these people, the whole world now is listening to you. What are the things you think they made you so strong? Not the things Janet mentioned.
Well, firstly, I'd like to thank you all for this amazing, I'd say, a gift. And I would like to thank my colleague who has nominated me for this competition. Well, what made me strong is that, yes, I've been born with this limb difference, and I really don't like to be called a disabled person, because I think that you create your own chances, you create your own opportunities. I know that there are difficulties but you are the one who paves the way for yourself and for people with similar conditions, actually. So, and I think this is, for me, might be a hard question to answer. But it's that resilience and dedication, and is that I've seen families, people who might be very close friends to the family, or maybe neighbors, and you know, like just people from your network who connect you with other people who are having some disabilities, and you see that these people and their families, you know, like, and maybe this is something in Sudan, in my country, is that when you have a disabled person, and the philosophy that goes is that you have to hide them from the community, because not to hear some, you know, like harm words or bad words. So just being in the community, doing your job, doing your work, and overall achieving your dreams and your inspirations, I think this is what made me strong. And I've also had the honor to influence people with similar conditions in Sudan, and through the Lucky Fin project, I'd say globally.
Thank you very much. Congratulations to you, to your family, to your university, family, to Nile University, everyone. Really, I'm so proud of you, showing your, and it's really, really make everyone proud of you. And one of the things I had in mind when we discover after you, I only learned this yesterday, we will definitely also connect you with Benny, because I think there is much between you together. It's just, we are lucky this year, we have 2 winners from, I don't like to use the same word. You said you don't like to be used disabled, but they have huge challenges over. But congratulations and well done, and to your family, to everyone with you, and hopefully we will see you and we'll get in touch with you very soon.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now, Maha Jamil, if you are there and you want to say a few words, we give you 2 minutes, Maha. Okay, Maha, I can see you here. I'm just looking to people. Benny, are you there? If you are there, you can come, Benny. I'm looking for
Alan.
Yes.
Penny's dropped out. I'm on the phone with her at the moment, and they're just going to read.
So we can give who else? Yes, I can see Alina. Alina, yeah, you have your. Oh no, Alina before you, because you are the overall winner. I can see Dr. Amal Khalil from Kordofan. Oh, this is fantastic. It will never get better than this. This is, Dr. Amal, did you manage to join?
Yes, I am here.
Oh, go ahead. Congratulations, Doctor. I'm really pleased to see you. And we hope to see you physically one day. Really, congratulations. Well done. Really well done for what you have done. We read a lot about what you have done. We have seen videos. Really, really well done. You're joining us now from Kordofan, right? So the floor is yours. Tell us one thing. War time for you, and you're still surviving, and you're so positive. Every picture we have seen, every video, you are surrounded. You're either surrounded with many of your students or colleagues, or you're either teaching or training. Where do you get all that resilience? You know, people are struggling even to find food to eat during these last 3 years. So tell people the things which you think is better for them to learn about you and that community you're living in. I can see your colleague with you there.
Okay, I want to thank us for this chance. I'm very happy to join us in this conference. I am Amal. I'm from Kordofan University, Peace and Development Study. Zor make suffer, all the Sudanese people suffer. From this suffering, we have make a beautiful things. We want to make a positive, effective in our community. We work hard. We believe about our ideas in peace and how to encourage our community to be in good condition, to be in positive condition, to make change, to go ahead. We have a special situation in this war. This situation makes us to move, to work hard, to reach this standard. We reach this standard after many works with my college, with my student, with my brothers, and with our leadership in University of Kordofan. I want to thank also our colleague and student, those whom nominate me in this conference, and thanks over all of us. I'm not believe now I am here now. I'm not believe. This is a big chance for all the people of Kordofan to make something from this place. I want to say to Sahar, congratulations. In this bad situation in Sudan, we win this conference, we win this prize. We work in a difficult situation. And we have output, good output, not any output. For this, I say to all Sudanese, we work hard to cover our people, to help our people, to make something good to our people. Thank you.
Doctor, thank you very much, Dr. Amal. This at your back, if you can let us see them. These are your students or your colleagues?
Yes, some of them our students and other our colleagues. Yes.
Yeah, let's see them. Okay.
Come here. Yes, all of them celebrate the Women Days in this day. After that, we have attend the conference together. This is our students and also our colleagues.
Thank you.
Now I am in the office. We attend the conference from
and from one of them, the students. Can you tell us how positive you are about your future? Any one of you can just jump in. Not need to be a woman. It can be any one of you. Are you positive? هل أنت متفائلين بمستقبلكم وأنتوا قاعدين الآن جوا داخل inside the war zone now?
Yes.
Why are you positive? What makes you positive? حتى بالعربي جاوبوني ما مشكلة.
شنو خلاكم انكم يعني ايجابيين وسعيدين؟ شنو اقدر اقول لهم؟ شنو الحاجه اللي تغيرت فيكم؟
Because we have a great doctor here.
Okay. And also you have a great vice chancellor. Professor Abdullah is a great vice chancellor.
Yes.
He's spoken in the conference. He's one of the best vice chancellor really in Sudan. You have a lot of people. But what else, ladies? Are you happy and you feel you have survived this top 3 years? يعني الحمد لله انتم بخير الان بعد 3 سنين من الحرب دي. بتحسوا بشنو هسه انتم؟
بالامل، بنحس بالتفاؤل بالامل اننا قدرنا نطلع من حاجات كثيره كنا ما عندنا اول. زدنا الثقه في نفسنا وبقينا ناس متفائلين.
بدينا الحاجه اللي حصلت لكم.
حصلت لنا في الفتره اللي تعرفنا دخلنا المركز وتعرفنا على الدكتوره حصلت لنا تغيرات كثير.
Dr. Amal, can you translate the other people? Yeah.
Yes, we say that we change when they come here to Peace and Development Center and have a training in peace education. We change our life. We became helpful, and after that we come here all the time. The center became a community center. All the time open, and all the people come here, and all the students come to. This student from many faculty, not one faculty. Maybe someone from medical, another from faculty of art, another from, and also we have another people, student from Ahmad University, from Allam University, Open University of Sudan. All the people come here and have knowledge and have training in peace education, in many subjects.
Well done. What I said to you, we will definitely do as much as possible with lots of organization to see. But this is a true example, and also you are one of the few universities still open there. Thank you very much just for the time, but we'll come back to you. Thank you very much. We have to leave it here because we're very keen to finish this on all this. Thank you very much, and congratulations to all of you. We will come back to you. Now, Benny, I'm sure, Benny, you're not very surprised. This is not new to you to receive an award like this. Hello? Benny, can you unmute yourself? I think it fit very well with you, Benny. You are a long life achievement,
Okay.
which is true. Can you hear me now, Benny? Thank you.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Congratulations. And I think this is one you will add to your lots of trophies and awards. I know it's not as big as the OBE. Maybe it's bigger than the OBE. I don't know. But definitely we will give it to you in person when we see you. But how do you feel? You keep putting more awards and awards. How do you feel? This is a long... Is it, do you feel it justifies some of the work you have been doing for many, many years?
Well, I am overwhelmed. And this is completely unexpected. And I am enormously grateful because any opportunity to raise the topic of disability especially in such an important forum with so many really influential people from all over the world is magical. So I am hugely grateful. It was a lovely opportunity for me to talk because I'm writing another book about all my work over the years, because I wanted to try and capture everything I'd learned, which is a bit optimistic, from the last quarter century, because, I'm that old. You wouldn't believe it, would you? But I am. So this award will go on the cover of my book. Thank you.
And I can tell you, each one of you, I was talking earlier, you, the 5 of you, plus the other 5 we had from last year, we're thinking of a big project to put you together to lead this project for us on behalf of our WSD. But for you, I can just give you a couple of things quickly. Each one of you, we will start, because we only managed to identify this award last night. But example like you, 2 things I can just say it to you now, and you'll see them when you come to us in London. WASD is a publisher, and we have a lot of book series. And when we went to the United Nations in Geneva in July, I remember Dr. Petru Dimitriou, who is a long-standing senior member of the United Nations system. He's an academic himself. He used to be a minister. He looked at our book and he said, Alam, I'm really impressed by how do you do your books? So I can assure you, the way we publish our books is not just high quality in the way it looks, but in everything. And they were well received. Anything we can do to help you with publishing that book and help in that publishing, I can tell you now, I can commit, we will do everything for your book and the book after, okay? The other thing we managed to identify yesterday also, Benny, I'm not saying your website is not good or is not nice. No, we have a lot of idea. We think we can make this website completely different, completely. And I can commit now to you, we will commit to revamp and let you use all the tools, particularly if we get a grant we applied for, which is generative AI for findability and so on. We will give you all the technical support, and we will really, we would love as soon as possible, we can make that website different in a way it can achieve your goals. And also you will be very proud, and we will be very proud, and we will also look for some volunteers from all over the world who might be interested to help you for a long term. So this is just 2 things came to our mind last night, but there's much to come. But thank you very much, and really, really well done. And we hope to see you. We will tell you we'll see you soon in London.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you. No problem. Thank you very much. Now, last not least, we will go to Alina. Alina, if you can unmute, Dr. Alina, you are the overall winner, which is, in my opinion, is a big award for you because you scored the top mark, Alina, in all categories. And you convinced, I think, 2 or 3 people your marks. I mean, I don't know, Janet, but we could share the feedback if you like. But your marks are very high above every category. And when someone reads into your background, go to one example, your YouTube channel, which you're trying to help other people by using your YouTube channel, the time you dedicate to others is clearly, if someone just Google your name. But tell me, how do you feel? I know you scored a lot of awards before. You were on top young youth in South Africa. You are in Italy now. You are working with UN agencies now. You are an academic yourself. You are in a university council. Yes, I know there's a lot of things. But what does it mean for you to be recognized in terms of sustainability impact? How does it feel for you?
I am so honored. More than anything, I am really, really honored. I'm trying so hard not to cry. This has made me to be very emotional, and I am so grateful for this recognition. And I want to thank my family, my friends, my colleagues, because it was not going to be possible without them. And what I want to say is that most of the work that I do in South Africa is not so easy. This is a teamwork because I have founded an NGO. So you can just imagine it's not easy because you don't have a sponsor, but I have a team that's always there to support me, that takes me to the farms when I need to do the trainings. And I am so, so, so grateful because without this team, this wouldn't be possible, and to my fellow nominees, I want to also recognize you. Each one of you is amazing, and I'm honored to be amongst you. So I am very, very, very grateful for this recognition. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Alina. And hopefully we will see you in London as soon as possible. And there is much, we will come back to you, Alina, as I said, because not because they just took time to bring their result back, but we have to be very fair, as Jenny said, we have to be very genuine in our evaluation. So it took time, really. Even we have to put pressure on some of them who are very busy. But definitely, there is much we can see in line with our overall strategy in Africa. There's a lot of common things you are doing. We have an MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, with the Association of African Universities. Our next project is really the big project we are launching is in Africa. We will listen to you. We will involve you with us because we have been in Africa. We are leading a big platform with all Africans, and it receives a lot of feedback. And there is much we will come back to you, definitely. And I will take this opportunity just to tell you the same, like I told Baha earlier. One of our key founders, one of the key founders of the Wellness and Sustainable Development is this lady. You probably recognize her or not, but this is one of our founders. She was chairing the session last year. Where is she? Here. Let me be great admiration of what she has done. Professor Laina Tilawi, she is one of the founders of the Wellness Association of Sustainable Development. She is currently the Deputy Dean, Faculty of Commerce, Rhodes University, South Africa. One of the top women leader academics across the whole world. And just give you one example. Her books on management were published by Oxford University and are used by British professors here like us in the UK, teaching our students in the UK. She's a South African, wonderful, wonderful lady. And this is the beauty of what we are doing here. We are not just people sitting, managing and running this organization from London. We are a global organization. And the people who made the success of what we are doing is people like Louis, people like Seema from India, people like Siham from New Zealand, Beverly from America, and so on and so forth. So yes, there is much will come. There is much we will do. And South Africa and the entire African region is really... Now, I think that's all. We don't have... I think, unfortunately, we haven't got our colleague from Janet. Samira, do you want to say anything? Because I can see your hand up there. Okay, do you want to say anything? I can see your hand.
Well, I want to congratulate the other nominees for winning, and I'd like to add that regarding disability and what has been known is that people with disability, it was always believed that they cannot enter the fields of science. And since I was a little kid, I always wanted to be a scientist. And whoever asked me when I was a kid, what do you want to be when you grow up? And I say that I want to be a scientist. So this was also one of the challenges, is that even the universities in Sudan weren't accepting such a thing at that time when I entered university back in 2014. And the only university that accepted me in Sudan was Naid University back in 2014. They welcomed me at their Faculty of Pharmacy. And I also had the honor upon graduating to work as a teaching assistant on the same university. And again, I'd like to thank you for this opportunity and congratulate the other nominees. And I'd like to say, I'd like to congratulate Dr. Iman, who nominated me, and I'd say that we made it. Thank you.
You all made it. Thank you very much. Just one last before we close. Nada, is this Nada, our Nada from Egypt? Nada Yusri? Is this I can see Nada here. Are you Nada from Cairo? Nada Yusri? Because I wanted to conclude. If it's this you, Nada, please come and maybe it's a big surprise for her. But many people, they see me. I keep sending things with many people help me. I can't. Yes, Nada, do you mind come on camera, Nada? Because I'm going to say a few things about you, but it will be nice if possible. If not possible, don't worry. I want to say a few nice things about you and Janet before. It's not nice things. It's everything, actually. If you come on camera, she was been working on these things until 3 o'clock in the morning. 3 o'clock London time. And she is in Egypt, by the way. Hello, Nada. Assalamu alaikum, Nada. Nada is in Egypt. If you can imagine, 3 o'clock London time simply means 5 or 6 o'clock Cairo time. She never said anything. Janet was here up to 9 o'clock, I think, or 10 o'clock working. You see me, I'm just being vocal. Many people suffer because of me. My wife suffer as well. But without fantastic women, this would not have happened. So Nada is one of them. She worked very hard. She's helping us. All this fantastic, nice graphic you have seen, most of it from her. We got many graphic designers, but she's one of them. I remember this very well last night. At the end, I said to her, Nada, you have to go and sleep now. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. Because before even she went to say good, going to bed, she said to me, is this everything so that I can, or do you want me to do something in the morning so I can adjust my alarm? So although she's leaving at 5 o'clock in the morning, she wanted to adjust her alarm so can still do something in the morning. And we said to her, no, this is everything. Janet in front of you, by the way, Janet has been unwell recently. Despite that, she's still coming back. She's doing the work, and it will never have happened. I got a wife. She's not a wife. She's someone. Without her, I wouldn't be sitting here. I wake up in the morning. So men, I think I always say the only way to fast track or to celebrate much better and faster is for men to really take their role. It's not about women. There is nothing about women. We have seen it now. Benny told you, Jenny said to you, Benny, there is nothing will stop her from doing. Samira said it to you. Forget about disability, about everything. Alina was telling you, but we men need to understand that, as the Secretary General said, less corruption when women are involved, better governance when women are involved, happy houses when women are involved. Women can lead to everything better. I ask people, where is this suddenly large number of vice chancellors in the UK becoming vice chancellor? Where is this woman? Where they come from? Actually, they were there. They were there at Dundee University, at Sussex University, but suddenly they find the chance to come out. But they were there. They didn't come from nowhere. Oxford University, Cambridge, and so on, Harvard, all of them are going now women. Ministers, one of the best countries controlling the COVID at the time of disaster was New Zealand, was running by a woman, quite young. I can't remember. Finland was 32 years old running a country. So we just need to make sure we are not continue to lose. For me, the more we are not advancing women in this society, the more we are losing. We are the losers. We are not the winners. There is no any winning of not advancing women to the top. And I think we will finish here. We have to stop the recording. We will say thank you very much to all those who are continuing following us from all over the world, as far as Madagascar, South Africa. Thank you very much to everyone who took the time to nominate people. And let me best mention one, Tagwa Saeed from Kordofan. Until this lady has done everything to make sure her nomination, they get through the system. They failed many times through the system, but she never stopped. She kept making another effort. The system didn't work. She kept it. Some people, they gave up with the system to submit. I also would like to thank all those people who have helped us in evaluating those wonderful ladies. I would like to thank all the participants themselves. I would like also to thank all the winners themselves because they contributed, they helped us. We ask them to submit their data, blah, 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 and so on. And I would like to thank anyone behind, particularly people like Komar, who is with us. He's our leader on the platform. All this fantastic website. It's not me. It's someone else is also doing that fantastic work. We had before Suhail in the graphic. There's a lot of people, even the ladies in the office. If you come to us in Queen Mary, all the 5 people you will meet, our 2 reception, 2 managers, all of them are women. So we're so lucky. All that building downstairs is run by 5 women, fantastic women. All of them are there. So it's not an easy task. We have a lot of volunteers, a lot of women. This is a big work. We want you to come and join. We would like you to lead. And I will stop here and thank you very, very much, all of you, wherever you are. And I don't want to keep you long. We took 1 hour more, but at least hopefully we have done. We will contact you, all the winners. We will send you your award, the mail as well as the many things. We will send them in proper, and we will see you next year. Yalla, Amal, thank you very much. All the best to Kurdufan and all those. And it's really nice to see people in a war zone like you. We are so pleased. This year we have one from war zone, you. And last year we have also a lady, an expert on AI from Palestine. So that's really made us very proud. What we have done here is real, because you are the real women really fighting everywhere now. And I'm really glad. Janet, we can say, I think if you just join me, big round of applause to Janet and Neda, particularly they're here, and also Summer, she's not here, she's in the other room watching you. Give them a big round, really. Either you click on that reaction, because they have done a lot of work. And we will stop here. And I will stop. Yalla, all those people watching us from on the line, we're going to stop our